Hey there, all my dear followers. Today I have a surprise for you, a new fanfic that I know you are going to love because it features bone manipulations, the same kind Kimimaru has. So guys, today I'm very happy because I can bring you the first season of the new fanfic in the channel, that is, what if Naruto was raised by Orochimaru and awakened the bone manipulation? As always, if you want more seasons of this fanfic or whatever type of fanfic that you want in the channel, don't forget to give your like, give your comment asking for the next season, and subscribe for more. Really, don't forget to leave a comment, that's helped the channel a lot. So, without further ado, we're gonna start with the season.
Chapter 1. Put the wheels in motion. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu. With these words being spoken out loud on this ill-fated night, this could only spell trouble for Kanahagakure, village hidden in the leaves. A massive plume of smoke began to consume the surrounding area, easily towering over the village itself while giving shinobi and civilian alike within the vicinity a sudden feeling of trepidation. The size of the cloud of smoke blanketing the area was already a noteworthy subject of concern. However, the fact it was within the village without originating from one of the many training grounds designated for shinobi and also emanating a massive, unbridled amount of killing intent served to further enhance the amount of panic that was in the process of brewing. The figure responsible for ushering in the threat to the village, a man dressed in a hooded cloak to cover his body and hide any distinguishing features on his person, stood calmly at the base of the plume of smoke, seemingly unaffected by the intense malicious energy filling the air around him. Turning his gaze upwards, he patiently waited for the aftereffects of his jutsu to clear out. A lone Sharingan looked into the eyes of the gargantuan beast, the malevolent glee within the dojutsu shining through the singular eye hole found on the perpetrator's orange mask. His plans were finally coming into fruition. If the tone in the atmosphere weren't so dreadful, he probably would have cracked a wild smile. Not that anyone else would be able to notice with the mask present and all. His dojutsu began to spin as he maintained eye contact with two glowing red eyes belonging to the source of the malevolent presence, stating his commands to the being clearly, "Kyubi, go forth and bring forth the destruction of the hidden leaf." 9 colossal tails covered in orange fur fanned out, instantly dispersing the remaining smoke in the area. The following roar that bellowed out caused every living being of every gender and age within Konoha to freeze in their tracks, becoming the catalyst for the chaos that descended upon the Leaf Village on this night. The Kyubi no Yoko, 9-tailed demon fox, then proceeded to carry out the hooded figure's will, swinging its tails back and forth with no regards for anything caught in the crossfire. No innocents were spared, as houses, shops, and unfortunate souls were slammed into, standing no chance whatsoever against the might of the demon's limbs. The death toll was rapidly climbing for the night, as carcasses of shinobi and civilians, men, women, children, and the elderly were littering the streets and remains of buildings. At first frozen in fear and disbelief, the shinobi that didn't perish due to the fox's preemptive strike steeled their nerves, realized that their home was under attack, and leapt into action, willing to put their lives on the line in order to save the village. Some shinobi began evacuating the citizens away from the absolute carnage that the Kyubi was doing an exceptional job in performing, while others began doing all that they could to combat the walking force of destruction, lobbing weapons and their best jutsu at their foe. Despite their efforts, it was clear that unless some shinobi of a higher caliber stepped in and pulled out all the stops, the possibility of the hidden village becoming nothing more than mass gravesite had a high success rate. High-grade explosive tags wrapped around the handles of thrown kunai that would put a battalion of shinobi 6 feet in the dirt were seeming to be minor annoyances to the Kyubi. Deadly jutsu meant to make a human being experience a date with death bounced off of the Kyubi's orange pelt, making the shinobi present slowly yet surely start to realize that taking down the menacing monster was just a tad above their pay grade. On a rooftop 20 meters to left of the monster, a squad of 6 shinobi prepared a collaboration jutsu in an attempt to actually deal some damage. With chakra gathered and resolves raised, the group finished performing their respective hand seals as their plan commenced. The small band of hopeful shinobi were positioned in a circular formation, with the leading ninja in the front of the formation setting the ambitious attack plan off with the opening jutsu, Doton, Doryahiki, Earth Style, Earth Wall. A sizable slab of earth rose from the street below, situated directly in front of the group. Though the size of the wall blocked their view of the intended target, the attackers were not concerned about missing due to two main reasons. One, part of the attack had two shinobi on hand use wind release techniques to aim and direct the projectile in mid-air, while simultaneously providing an additional boost in speed, as well as enhancing another key component of the attack. Two, they'd have to be blind and turned around to actually miss something that fucking big. Seriously, if they couldn't hit a fox the size of a mountain from 20 meters away while the fox was staying within the general vicinity that it was in now, they'd need to reconsider their own careers as shinobi. Provided they survived, of course. The shinobi who erected the wall took off at speed, imbuing his right hand full of earth-based chakra. With a mighty grunt of effort, he placed a precise uppercut onto the wall, the earth chakra present within his hands preventing him from demolishing his own knuckles while breaking a chunk of the makeshift future projectile off. It ascended into the air on a more vertical climb, enabling the rest of the troop to follow through with their parts in the objective. Several things happened within the next couple of seconds. The two shinobi that were up next released their respective jutsu, spewing sizable fireballs at the suspended slab of rock that superheated the floating projectile. The final two in the ragtag band of ninja added their 2 cents into the mix as well, with one letting loose a strong, broad wind release jutsu to cut the slab down into multiple fragments and magnify the fireball speed and size, while the other took note of the now flying flaming projectile akin to a spread of shotgun pellets that was moving toward the malice incarnate being known as the QB. Determined to see their plan succeed, he gathered the necessary chakra to his legs and took off after it, leaping across rooftop after rooftop in pursuit of the attack. Noticing that he was rapidly approaching the QB while it was distracted, he jumped at the attack at an appropriate angle in order to boost the attempted attack into their specific target area, namely the QB's eyes. It made sense, as throughout the battle, many noticed that aiming for the beast's body wasn't really doing as much damage as they would like. With this in mind, the group came to a conclusion. Why not aim for the eyes? It was a gamble that they hoped would work. Futon, de Tapa, wind style, great breakthrough. Providing as much chakra as he could for the jutsu, a great surge of wind was released from his body, accelerating the already rapidly traveling impromptu attack even further. His efforts saw success, as right when he shouted the jutsu name, the QB conveniently turned his head in the falling shinobi's direction, just in time to catch a face full of molten hot earth fragments. The mighty beast howled in pain as the searing hot projectiles found their way to his eyes and nose, filling the surrounding shinobi with large amounts of hope and renewed morale. Yes, finally. Something actually hurt the fucker. Keep at it, guys. Aim for the face. It's his actual weak point. Show this bastard what happens when you try to destroy our home. As battle cries of courage rang out throughout the damaged village, the QB recovered from the surprise attack and decided to pay the shinobi back for their efforts, with interest. With a malicious, hate-filled grin creeping onto its face, the QB turned its vision in the direction of the offending party who dared to attack it. Concentrating his killing intent, the QB did something that no one was prepared for. It laughed. It proceeded to laugh uproariously while turning its whole body in their direction, not once breaking eye contact with the insignificant beings while purposely swinging his tails about to cause further destruction and agony. Continuing its trend of leaving all those present speechless, it then abruptly stopped laughing, yet maintaining the glare, then proceeded to talk to them, instantly shocking all of those that believed it to be nothing more than a mindless animal who is too damn big and incapable of speech. That was cute. Without fanfare, the QB then proceeded to jump around like a dog playing around with its favorite toy, further spreading his unique brand of chaos in all directions. Many of the surrounding shinobi, including the ones who experienced a small victory in having their plan go through, found themselves killed from the beast's actions, as the tails managed to catch a large number of them off guard due to the QB's sudden movements. Sometimes the simplest methods worked, and what better way to reduce a village to rubble as a gigantic fox easily larger than the Hokage monument than to just move around haphazardly and act a fool. It surely was an excellent method, as the results were becoming more and more satisfying. Hokage monument. Standing on top the monument, a blonde-haired man surveyed the amount of damage the village was taking. Numerous fires in the village ran rampant, while many buildings no longer stood, decorating the village in various amounts of debris. He maintained a calm visage despite the beating he was witnessing his home take. He did slip up and show a brief look of surprise when he heard the Kyuubi's deep baritone voice sound out, but returned back to his calm state shortly after. He then watched the Kyuubi change his attack pattern from making large, devastating sweeps with his arms and tails to just acting like an overgrown, excited dog, actually doing even more damage than before. One would assume him to be indifferent to the fact that the Kyuubi is just going to town on Kanehagakure due to him standing by, observing. However, behind that calm gaze was a calculating man determining the best way to combat the Kyuubi. Rushing in haphazardly wouldn't do anything but probably get him killed. Trying to hit that thing with a big jutsu would probably slow it down and catch its attention but not defeat it. Taijutsu, desperate times call for desperate measures, but that was just a dumbass idea. Good thing nobody will ever know that Minato Namikaze ever had the thought of trying to fight a Biju in hand-to-hand combat. That would just ruin his reputation. Moving on to less suicidal ideas, the only thing left that the Yondaime Hokage could seriously consider at this point was Fuinjutsu. It was becoming glaringly obvious that going toe-to-toe with a gigantic demon with nigh infinite levels of chakra, no matter how many different types of jutsu or tactics being used, was a rather one-sided battle. Trying to kill it wasn't accomplishing anything but providing whoever's in the toe tags and body bags business a large surge in corpses, which could see a potential boon in that side of the village's economy. That is if the village was left standing after tonight. Thus, the only way to beat the creature was to attempt to seal it away. The only problem with that theory at the moment is that he lacked something to seal a being of that size. Trying to seal the Kyuubi into a regular sealing scroll is like trying to fit a full-grown blue whale into a wallet. It just wasn't going to happen. As the Yondaime was absorbed into his inner planning, a new development with the Kyuubi occurred. Putting the oversized puppy routine on pause, the Kyuubi registered two separate entities that required its immediate attention. First was the powerful chakra signature that it recognized from its time within Kushina Uzumaki, its previous host. The man who was known throughout the world as the fastest shinobi alive, Minato Namikaze, was the first signature the creature gave its full attention to. Being the husband of a woman that's from a clan that was known and feared for their proficiency in Fuinjutsu, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed wonder was bound to pick up a neat trick or two when it comes to sealing. That bumped him up on the Kyuubi's kill-on-sight with large amounts of overkill list, as he was probably the only human as of now that posed a major threat to his freedom. He refused to acknowledge the second presence in that general direction as a threat, as it instantly recognized that sickening aura belonging to the man that placed this hypnotism on it. That puny little shit with the broken pink eye that the humans revered so much wouldn't last 10 seconds against the Kyuubi without his precious little dojutsu. Honestly, it made the Kyuubi sick to think that one little instance of eye contact was all he needed to take control of a Biju such as itself. Disgusting, really. As it began to notice that the genjutsu it was under was beginning to lose its hold, the Kyuubi decided to start pulling out all the stops and turned to face the Hokage monument. Gathering chakra around its mouth, the Kyuubi couldn't help but have a little bit of excitement surge through its being. With this attack, it saw absolutely no losses that could come from this, because two things would be a definite after the attack was let loose. One, the Yondaime and the Dojutsu dickhead would get caught in the blast radius, eliminating two thorns in its side. Two, they would survive the attack by dodging it with their respective abilities, but any other humans in that vicinity would have a very, very high chance of dying due to the blast radius. Plus, their precious monument would be absolutely annihilated, so less morale for the surviving weaklings. See, complete win-win. Finally gathering all of the chakra necessary to nuke the village into the sweet embrace of not existing, the Kyuubi aimed its onslaught at the stone Kage's heads and sent it down range. The Inari, tailed beast ball, flew through the sky, grabbing all of the attention in the area due to the ridiculous amounts of chakra and killing intent present within the airborne assault. Having found its target, the Biju bomb proceeded to detonate, bringing pure joy to the Kyuubi's little malicious heart. Well, it would have had that damn Yondaime didn't fuck everything up with those ridiculous seals. Gritting its teeth, the Kyuubi watched as its delivered product was teleported away from the village, a sealing array originating from that infernal blonde-haired bastard's little signature kunai. The detonation happened about a good 3 miles behind the monument, lighting up the sky with the massive explosion that was surely visible from a distance while shaking the earth itself, sending out shockwaves in all directions that shook every human being to the core. Seeing that he was on the right track with his theory about using Fuinjutsu to partake in battle with the behemoth, Minato prepared to launch one of his signature kunai in the direction of the fox. Before he could make good on his intentions, however, he found himself being subjected to what he deduced as an attempt to teleport him away. He quickly disappeared from the scene in a yellow flash, providing evidence that his moniker wasn't just something he convinced people to say because it made him sound cool. A swirl that seemed to originate from thin air made itself known moments later, revealing the owner of the teleportation jutsu to be none other than the same man who let the Kyuubi run wild in the village. He looked around, before letting out an exasperated sigh. Wow, he really is that fast. Didn't expect him to be quick enough to escape. Damn shinobi living up to their titles. Why can't anything just be easy? Cutting his rant short, he casted one more look out over the village, savoring the destruction and lingering on a certain district of the village a little longer than the others, before disappearing from view, going after the yondaime. He chose to ignore the several snakes creeping their way throughout the village. For as long as they didn't interfere with his goals, they were nothing he should concern himself with. 2 hours later, outskirts of Konoha. This was not going the way Minato intended to. Although he was successful in completely severing the bond between the Kyuubi and the masked man who he came to know as Tobi, successful in preventing another Inari from detonating inside the village, and successful at keeping his newborn Naruto and weakened wife Kushina out of harm's way, shit still went sour. It was mainly due to the fact that he and his wife were impaled by the Kyuubi's claw in a last-second attempt to save Naruto, but also due to the decision he was about to make regarding Naruto himself. Not wanting to ask anyone else to make this sacrifice, he ended up having to make it. He was going to use the Shiki Fujin, Reaper Death Seal, to seal the other half of the Kyuubi within his son. Hoping that this would turn out for the best, the yondaime finished the hand seals required to complete the ritual and seal the Kyuubi away. Being the giant fuzzball of anger and hate that everyone knows and loves, the Kyuubi decided to speak his piece before being confined to his prison. Damn you, yondaime. Damn you and your wife for sealing me away yet again. I hope the Shinigami goes to town on your pathetic excuse for a soul. I'll kill everything you hold dear. His lovable commentary on his current circumstances were cut short, as the sealing was complete and his body was sucked into the seal present on young Naruto's body. The barrier erected by Kushina's chakra chains began to dissipate as what little of her life force that remained left this plane of existence. Her and Minato's now lifeless bodies laid beside their child, who began to cry out in discomfort. Young Naruto was not left alone for long, due to the fact that as soon as the barrier completely went down, Hiruzen Sarutobi, known throughout the elemental nations as the Kami no Shinobi, god of shinobi, and the Sandaime Hokage arrived on the scene. Picking up the infant and holding him securely, Hiruzen gazed upon the boy's face. Based on how he looked already, the old monkey could tell that his facial structure and eye shape came from his mother. He rocked Naruto back and forth in order to calm him down, making his best efforts to quell the infant's crying spell. Eventually, after 5 minutes, Naruto stopped crying and cracked his eyes open, giving the Sandaime a glimpse at the ocean blue eyes that held that innocence found in all babies. The two shinobi that accompanied Hiruzen to the area wisely chose to stay back and not interfere with the touching moment. Watching the Sandaime soothe the fussy baby after witnessing all that has happened during the night reminded the two of what the village really fought for. They fought to keep the will of fire going, to keep the future generation safe so that they could move forward and achieve the greatness that they are destined for. Ah, how adorable! An old monkey comforting a newborn baby he found while swinging from his trees. This is such a tender moment. I do hope I'm not interrupting. Oh, who am I kidding? I am interrupting. I hope you can forgive my rudeness, sensei. A voice that was all too familiar to Hiruzen stopped him dead in his tracks, while prompting the two other shinobi to immediately hop into a defensive formation, shielding Hiruzen and Naruto with their bodies. Hiruzen turned around to face the source of the voice, immediately assessing the situation and what he could do to prevent this man from harming the baby. Despite his world-renowned skill that has accumulated over countless situations, battles, and wars, the Sarutobi knew that this was possibly an even more bleak situation than earlier. The possibilities of Murphy's Law smashed into the Sandaime like a ton of bricks the moment that voice rang out. Numerous things could go wrong, and they probably would. He could be here to assassinate Hiruzen himself. He could be here to attack the village. He could be here to kill Naruto in order to spite Minato, as he held some resentment over Minato becoming Hokage instead of him. He could be here to take more people for his sick experiments. Anything could happen, and if Hiruzen knew his student well enough, he knew to stay on his toes and be ready to act at a moment's notice. Looking the man in the eye, Hiruzen questioned him in a tone that left no room for idle conversation. "Boy, you have a lot of nerve to show your face around here. What is the meaning of this Orochimaru?" The question party simply tilted his head and flashed a dangerous smirk that put all of the Konoha-aligned shinobi on edge. "Ah, sensei, you were always so quick to the point with me. Why the tense body language? Do these two shinobi that you have with you right now think they could honestly pose as a deterrent to me in case I decide to act? That's foolish thinking. I do hope you're not becoming senile that rapidly climbing age, sensei. It would be a shame to see all of that knowledge that the kami no shinobi possesses go to waste." Orochimaru's amber, serpentine eyes scanned the three in front of him, eyes hovering over the child in Hiruzen's arms, specifically those whisker marks that were prominent on his cheeks. He then decided to humor his former teacher and explain why he happened to be present at the moment. "Although I enjoy making people squirm just from being in my presence, I fear that I am not here for unnecessary bloodshed, sensei. I have a different goal in mind, one that unfortunately will probably lead to conflict. Unless you'd be willing to hear me out. How about it, sensei? Until necessary, we can skip the hostilities and just talk." The Sarutobi glared at the pale-skinned man, refusing to let his guard down for even a second. One does not tread lightly around a S-rank opponent without asking for a death wish. "Enough of your games of verbal run-around. Out with it now." Fine, Orochimaru agreed, placing his hands up in a mock-placating manner. "If you must know, a little birdie have me a tip to be in the area. He informed me about a prime opportunity that is too good to pass up. It would be folly of me to not capitalize on such a potential boon for me, you see, so I decided to drop in. I was roaming around the village while it was being attacked by the Biju, followed it around for a little to occupy the time while waiting for my prize to present itself. Fast forward to the present. Take note of where we are and what's specifically here, and I'm sure you can connect the dots. Kami no Shinobi." His devious smirk gradually changed while he was giving out bits and pieces of information. It went from a smirk to a full-blown grin chock full of sinister intent. The stuff that kids' nightmares are made out of. Hiruzen immediately arrived at the point that Orochimaru was leading him to, and gasped in shock. He didn't want to destroy Konoha, he didn't come for his head either. No, he came for something far more important. As if he was a little psychic python, Orochimaru flicked his tongue about with glee as he spoke out loud what Hiruzen was currently thinking. These words served to instantly raise the tension in the area immediately. "I want the boy, sensei." The two shinobi in front of Hiruzen stood no chance against the thousands of snakes that erupted from the ground, sending chunks of the ground blasting in all directions with no prior warning, and fell victim to the savage serpentine attack. Fangs dripping with highly potent venom entered the two, puncturing any and all areas that were available. Hiruzen jumped back and prepared to turn tail and run back to the village, since it was obvious that trying to go head-up with a S-rank opponent that didn't spend a majority of the night fighting a humongous demon fox while protecting an infant was just a big tall glass of no. If he didn't have Naruto in his hands, he would have stayed and attempted to rectify his mistakes. But that boy's life held more importance than killing his student at the moment. Hiruzen glared at his former student, his killer intent reaching palpable levels in response to two of his comrades dying before him. Growling to further display his anger, he then questioned the murderer in front of him. "What happened to no unnecessary bloodshed, boy? Was that not what you asked for?" "Simple. They were in the way, so I felt that it was necessary to remove them from the equation." Damn him and that twisted logic of his. Orochimaru took note of his sensei's preparation to run, and dashed towards him, covering the distance within seconds. Approaching his prey, he let out a sickening cackle as he taunted the monkey. "Oh sensei, planning to run is a smart move, but pray tell, how will you manage to defend both yourself and the boy?" With disgusting ease, Orochimaru regurgitated his sword of Kusanagi, placed it in his right hand, and attempted to bifurcate Hiruzen while simultaneously sending snakes out of his sleeve in a wide, blanket-like spread at his objective. This attack strategy was foolproof, as it forced Hiruzen to either dodge the sword and still get caught in the blanket of snakes, or get clipped by either one, leaving him weakened and therefore making it easier to take Naruto. What Orochimaru forgot to account for is that Hiruzen didn't grow to be this old in their violent shinobi world without becoming a crafty bastard. Instead of trying to dodge either attack, Hiruzen actually moved closer to Orochimaru, a dangerous grin not unlike the one found on his student earlier forming, allowing himself and Naruto to be struck down. An almost manic smile appeared on the battle-hardened face of the old monkey as he mouthed the word boom, then exploded, creating a massive crater in the ground and catching his student dead at the center of it. A smoking carcass flew from the epicenter of the trap, traveling at speed through the forest and knocking down several of the overgrown trees in its path. After coming to a stop due to a tree being brave enough to stand tall and firm and stop the human projectile in its tracks, the smoking carcass belonging to Orochimaru laid at the base of the tree, seemingly dead. That is until 2 hands came out of the mouth of the corpse, pulling out a brand new and scathed Orochimaru. Despite being caught at point-blank range of an explosion, a smile was still evident on his face as he surveyed the damaged landscape from that last attack. He instantly pieced together what happened, knowing that Hiruzen used the cover of the snakes attacking his 2 discount bodyguards to make 2 exploding shadow clones, then escape the area. One would assume that he would be slightly disgruntled due to the fact that his prey managed to escape. However, it was not the case. Orochimaru knew that taking the boy would not be an easy task since Hiruzen was guarding him, even with Hiruzen being visibly worn down from his previous affairs with fighting the Kyuubi. Then again, nothing worth doing was ever easy, and he set out to continue his pursuit. It would be a waste of time to come here if he left without his future Jinchuriki host. Good thing he summoned a large number of snakes of varying sizes in the vicinity to slow Hiruzen down. With Hiruzen, run, jump, flip over, evade, dodge. This was the routine Hiruzen has settled into ever since he slipped away from the clearing they were in. He was lucky that the snake attack provided cover for him to make 2 sets of clones, the exploding clones that were to buy him some time, and the other clones, which were to grab both Minato's and Kushina's corpses and seal them and take them back to the village. Escaping into the forests with Naruto was the easy part. Navigating through the area, that's where things got tricky. Orochimaru basically booby-trapped the whole forest that Hiruzen was traveling through with various amounts of snakes, and it was becoming more and more difficult to navigate. Had he not been assisting the village in defending against that blasted Kyuubi, he'd be easily breezing through the canopy. But combine the fatigue, his old age reminding him that he wasn't as able-bodied, and the infant in his arms, that led to a recipe that wasn't working in Hiruzen's favor. Hiruzen landed on a branch after he noticed that the guerrilla attacks from the snakes were letting up, allowing himself to catch his breath and check on Naruto. He looked down at the baby, gazing into the boy's eyes. Despite the fact that they were navigating through an obstacle course straight out of a snake enthusiast stream, the little Jinchuriki showed no signs of visible discomfort, which was surprising. He was expecting the boy to be raising hell with the amount of crying he should have been doing, but instead he was going along for the ride, maybe even enjoying it. Hiruzen didn't dwell on the lack of crying for long, as his 6th sense that all shinobi have developed came into play and warned him about immediate danger in the area. He should have found it fishy that there seemed to be reprieve after that endless onslaught of snakes. Determined to avoid dying, the Sarutobi leaped off of the oversized branch, looking back to see a snake the size of a train turn his previous perch into a pile of extra-large splinters, sending wood chips flying throughout the air. Sarutobi landed on the ground and made a dash past the titanic serpent while it was recovering from its lunge. He made it about 10 meters past the previous obstacle before 2 more mammoth snakes attempted to sandwich him in from the sides, mouths wide open to devour the old monkey. Not one to be taken out by such amateur tactics, Hiruzen simply jumped up into the air, taking care to make sure that Naruto was secure in his arms. Looking down, he watched his attackers attack each other as a loud meaty smack rang out throughout the forest, tangling themselves up with each other's bodies. As his ascent began to reach his peak while his attention was preoccupied with the snakes down below, he failed to notice the most dangerous snake appear behind him until it was too late. Tsunade, hidden shadow snake hands. A multitude of snakes wrapped around Hiruzen, and snaring his limbs and neck to get him to relinquish his hold on Naruto in mid-air. The poor child dropped out of his grip, prompting Hiruzen to yell out in alarm. As much as he tried to fight, he quickly realized that several of the snakes were biting him, pumping his body up full of various toxins. He could only watch as time seemed to slow down as Naruto fell, until yet another snake from a nearby branch coiled up and lunged through the air and swallowed the infant whole before descending down to the forest floor. Hiruzen's expression reflected nothing but pure horror as he too began his descent. Instead of the toxins killing him, they served to paralyze the Hokage. This became clear as Hiruzen was unable to adjust himself in mid-fall, and suffered a rather harsh landing into a branch face first, hitting it with a visible crunch. Down on the forest floor, Orochimaru approached the snake that swallowed Naruto, giving a satisfied grin while exuding an air of accomplishment. He ordered the snake to travel underground back to his base as quickly as possible, emphasizing the point that the boy was to be kept safe, not devoured. With that business settled, he casted a glance upwards in the direction that Hiruzen was in. He felt that some good old-fashioned rubbing salt in the wound was in order, so he leapt up to the branch. Proceeding with caution, he approached the still conscious old man. "Don't worry, Sensei. The Yandame's progeny will be safe with me. I'll take good care of our little Jinchuriki and help him realize his potential to the fullest extent. I'm afraid our little reunion will have to be cut short, so farewell." After gloating, he then rolled his sensei over, just to smile maliciously in his bloody, bruised face while waving in an antagonistic manner. He was a real bastard when he wanted to be. Business in the area done, Orochimaru vacated the premises. Hiruzen laid there, unable to move or wipe the tears starting to slow freely from his eyes. "Minato, Kushina, I'm sorry that I couldn't keep him safe. I'm so sorry. Things weren't looking too well for Konoha. Not at all." 3 days later, hidden base. Footsteps echoed through the corridor as the nondescript hooded ninja walked towards his master's quarters. His chest was tight with anxiety, as the news he was tasked with delivering was not good news. Add on to the fact that ever since the arrival of the Jinchuriki, the boss has been extremely ill-tempered concerning his forces due to their quote-unquote incompetent natures in regards to keeping the infant out of harm's way. It was clear that anybody that enjoyed being able to not be devoured by giant snakes tried their hardest in staying away from their leader unless absolutely necessary. This poor, unfortunate soul got the short stick in life today. Sucks to be him. Coming to a singular door at the end of the damp, dimly lit hall, he steeled his nerves, took a deep, calming breath, and spoke out, "Orochimaru-sama, I come with news regarding one of your recent experiments. May I come in?" He waited with bated breath for what seemed to be an eternity before the door opened. "You may enter, and do be quick with your news. I'm not in a very pleasant mood right now." Our cannon fodder messenger entered the room quickly and took note of the contents within. Standing over a bed with a baby laying on it, Orochimaru stood alongside 2 young boys, each with differing characteristics. The first one, aged around 8, had glasses, grayish hair, and a purple high-collared shirt and pants combo. Standing beside the bespectacled young lad, a young boy with white hair and 2 red dots decorating his forehead, no older than 3 years old, gazed upon the person that entered the room. Orochimaru shot a glance across the room to the messenger, eyes reflecting a minute amount of curiosity in what he had to say. "Kabuto-kun, hold your thoughts. Now you, my little messenger. What is the good news you have decided to bring me? I sure do hope that it is something that'll lift my spirits." The sickening, false happy tone that his voice conveyed absolutely terrified the messenger. It was taking all of his willpower not to just pretend to piss his pants. God, he hoped he survived this. "Well, Orochimaru-sama, as you recall, you left several of your medical shinobi in charge of monitoring your test subjects that you injected with the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai." He trailed off, trying to keep himself steady. "Remember what I said before you entered the room. I'd hate for young Naruto-kun here to become fussy due to his room being coated with your insides." Shit. Resolve just dipped yet strengthened at the same time. Gulping audibly, he willed himself to continue. "Yes, sir. I regret to inform you that all but one of your test subjects died." Orochimaru simply stood there with a neutral expression in play, which unintentionally served to unsettle the poor boy even further. How's the one child who survived? Killing intent started gradually choking those in the room, waking up Naruto and causing him to cry while bringing the messenger to his knees. There goes his bladder. Such power. I think these are my last moments. Might as well get it out. I had a good run. The messenger thought to himself, trying his hardest not to pass out on the floor. Well, overseers of the experiment reported that he's missing. They have reason to believe that he escaped. Oh, do tell. There were several skewered shinobi, bodies riddled with large, sharp splinters of wood. There's also a tree growing out of the west wing of the base. It grew through the roof, and that's where they made the conclusion that he escaped. Damn, the only test subject that survived got to escape. Seems like there were several shinobi under him that needed severe punishments and excruciating training regimes in order to avoid slip-ups like this in the future. Despite the fact that the Mokutan hopeful got away, Orochimaru still found a way to place a calculating smirk on his face. Looking down at Kimimaro, then at Naruto, he then chuckled in a way that informed Kabuto that he had a plan brewing. Orochimaru-sama, your thoughts? Kabuto asked the Sannin, knowing that that look held a hidden agenda not yet known to those present. It seems that there is something that can be gathered from the unfortunate event of my potential Mokutan warrior. Think about it, Kabuto-kun. Take note of all the people present in the room, specifically the two youngest. You're a smart boy. I know you can figure out why I am absolutely excited. Giddy even. Saying that he was excited was an understatement. The amount of potential he saw in this situation was absolutely ridiculous. Even for him, it's like Kami himself decided to bless him, despite all of the morally deprived, fucked up things he's done in his lifetime. Kabuto heeded his master's words, and began analyzing the two while keeping the results of the previous experiment in mind. Turning his gaze onto Naruto first, he then began his analysis. Naruto was a Jinchuriki, which were known throughout the elemental nations as the powerhouses of shinobi. They were the people that got sent onto the battlefield to turn the tides of battle due to their high levels of durability, above average chakra capacities and freakish stamina. Throw in the additional fact that Naruto was an Uzumaki, a clan known for their naturally high levels of potent chakra and longer lifespans than the average shinobi, and you've already got a supposedly exceptional warrior on paper based on these attributes alone. Moving his gaze onto the second youngest there, Kabuto began to mentally take apart what made the albino youth so special. Kimimaro came from the Kagaya clan, a savage, battle-hungry clan with a penchant for brutal confrontations with just about anyone. His real selling point, however, was his Kekkei Genkai. The Shikatsumiyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, Kekkei Genkai allowed its wielder to manipulate their skeleton freely along with other benefits, such as a regenerative healing factor, a high resistance to taijutsu-based attacks due to the fact that attacking a person who could utilize their bones to decimate any attacker that foolishly attempts to engage in close-quarters combat is a pretty suicidal idea, and having the best offense and defense at once since the owner was literally a walking weapon that could defend easily or attack with no remorse. With these two equally deadly sources of potential in mind, Kabuto then put two and two together before gazing upon the Serpentine Sannin in shock. Surely you do not mean to dash Orochimaru, interrupted Kabuto, at this point smiling and exuding so much twisted optimism. Those in the room just came to the realization that there was something worse than the snake's wrath, his happiness. I'm glad we're on the same page now, Kabuto-kun. Now come. Grab our little Naruto-kun. We have a procedure to revamp and perfect so we don't have that such of a low success rate again. With his piece spoken, an absolutely ecstatic Orochimaru made his way to the doorway. Before exiting the room, he crouched down beside the messenger, who was still visibly shaking from the amount of killing intent that he was blasted with. He also reeked of urine, not a good look at all right now. Orochimaru placed a soothing hand on the young lad's back, rubbing it as if he were trying to console the young lad. Moving his hand up to the back of the terrified boy's head, he began to speak in a tone that relieved the boy, giving him hope that he was not going to die today. At ease, my boy. Despite what has happened, the news that you have brought me is quite exciting news, as it has given me inspiration to start a new project, and I have to commend you for that. Bravo! Hearing that things actually turned out well, the messenger swelled with relief and turned his neck to the side to thank the surprisingly merciful Sannin. Thank you, Orochimaru Sadesh. his thanks were cut short as his head was then slammed into the ground repeatedly with no signs of stopping anytime soon. After about 3 minutes of good old-fashioned forced floor kissing, Orochimaru ceased with his sudden violent display and looked up at the remaining boys, ignoring the blood-soaked floor and his bloody hands. Such a nice kid. Unfortunately for him, his mistake was urinating in my room, causing me to lose control of my temper and wake our precious Naruto-kun up. It was the more responsible choice to kill him now, for I cannot tolerate the weak shinobi in my ranks that cannot stand strong in the face of danger. Nor shinobi that put Naruto-kun at a risk without my permission. Nobody dared to inform him that the now deceased young man urinated after Orochimaru blasted him with enough killing intent to stop an elephant's heart. They were too scared and liked living too much to recklessly endanger themselves. Rising up off of the floor that was rapidly getting a new paint job, Orochimaru looked over at Kabuto. "Come, my boy, it is time to get to work. I smell potential, and I will capitalize on this or die trying." Kabuto approached the baby, picked him up and followed the sadistic Sannin out of the doorway, actually catching some of his contagious excitement. Kimimaro followed suit, not wanting to be left alone with the faceless corpse. Knowing where his master's plans were heading, young Kabuto actually cracked a slight smile. It seemed that the tip they received paid off, and they were set to reap the rewards. It was not every day when you realize that you can create the perfect Jinchuriki host with the ultimate Taijutsu Kekkai Genkai. After all, Chapter 2, Mistakes Shall Be Made. 7 years later, a beautiful melody filled the air throughout the base, originating from a young girl's flute. Sitting in a cross-legged position on the floor in her room, the red-haired musician continued to play, enjoying the calm, mellow atmosphere that she was creating. She really deserved this relaxation period due to the chaos she constantly had to deal with. PSSSST. Tayuya. Wanna help me murder Naruto? And the tranquility has packed its bags and left the building. Looking behind her at the door where the voice originated from, she spied the source of the voice to be one of her team members. "Why would I want to do that, Kidamaru? The little shit hasn't done anything to me in a while." She then took notice of the whipped cream present on the 6-armed boy's face, before coming to the conclusion that he was yet again a victim of the runt's habitual pranking sprees. Trying, yet failing miserably in her endeavors to not laugh at her ally's misfortune, she looked at the brown-skinned fellow's outfit, noticing that in addition to his face, his clothes were also targeted. Having orange words that read, "I suck ass," covering his sleeveless brown tunic, the victim was clearly not in a good mood. "You want to help me, I know you do. I can't nab him by myself, since Kimimaro is always trying to be his bodyguard and because of his inhuman speed. Those two freaks of nature need to be brought down a peg, especially the smaller one. Look at me, for crying out loud." He then proceeded to highlight all of the areas the little devil was successful in targeting. This was ridiculous. How did that little fucker even get a hold of orange paint in the first place? It wasn't like the base that they were in contained large amounts of vibrant colors, seeing as the aesthetic for anyone living there consisted of shades of brown, gray, or purple. It was highly unlikely that he went out and got it, considering the fact that Orochimaru never let him leave the base at all. Magically appearing paint aside, one thing was clear. He wanted that maniac's head on a pike as compensation for this latest stunt. Still snickering, Tayuya spoke up in between giggles. "Before I decide to act, there is one question that needs to be answered. I know your question already. I still lose sleep over wondering where all the orange paint comes from too. I swear it has to be Orochimaru playing favorites. It's the only logical explanation." Tayuya deadpanned at him, before asking the million-dollar question, "No, dumbass. That's not what I was thinking. What I was thinking is, how did he manage to have enough time to write that all over your clothes and cover your face in whipped cream? I know you guys are all pretty fucking dumb, but not that dumb to let a 7-year-old go to town on your threads." The questioned party had the decency to clam up, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly while mumbling under his breath, "Speak up, dumbass, I didn't catch that." Face becoming flustered, he decided to change the subject. "Never mind. It's not that important anymore. You do realize what today is though, right? Smooth topic change, man. No need to lose any more face with the only female member of the team." Searching through the canals of her memory, Tayuya recognized what he was referring to. The event that would determine where they all stood in the pecking order under Orochimaru. Shit, that wasn't good news. Mainly due to the fact that the two most dangerous people in the base that weren't Orochimaru were also participating today. Kadamaru was already a victim without being harmed. Now he and the rest of them had to deal with the tall task of combating the two monsters known as Naruto and Kimimaro. Despite being 7 years old and just a tad bit smaller than Tayuya herself, Naruto was arguably the strongest person that frequents the base on a daily basis. She wasn't even going to count Kimimaro, Kabuto, or Orochimaru. Those three were the people she tried to avoid fighting, disrespecting, or pissing off at all times due to various reasons. Kimimaro, despite being a quiet, shy type, had a nasty temper with the power to back it up, and wasn't afraid to try to murder anyone that irritated him, unless Orochimaru or Naruto talked him out of it. Kabuto was the head doctor whenever he was around, so pissing off the sadistic medic that you had to report to whenever you were injured was not a good idea for anybody. Orochimaru, S-ranked ninja, nuff said. Shit, why does that have to be today? All I wanted to do was to train, eat, and sleep, not fight for my life. Fuck, the 9-year-old potty mouth exclaimed, flailing around dramatically. If the fact that they were probably being sent to the slaughter today wasn't on the forefront of his mind, Kadamaru would have probably laughed at her cute dramatics. Hell, he probably would have joined her in complaining if the voice from behind him sent a chill down his spine before making him see red. Hi guys, are you ready to have fun today? Kadamaru turned around immediately, hands quickly shooting through the air to deprive a child of oxygen that was no longer standing there. After several seconds of searching the hallway for the source of his misery of the morning, Kadamaru then rotated back to the doorway, instantly spotting his grinning target. With a downright dastardly smile, the spider like shinobi in training covered the distance in between them in his attempt to murder the boy. Shooting past Tayuya, he honed in on his target, determined to see the little shit in pain for what he did to him. He could see the future right now. He could see that asshole lying on the ground, rolling around in agony. What he should have seen coming was the black boot that deposited itself into his unsuspecting mouth. The kick stopped the offender dead in his tracks, his head cocking back with an audible crack. Good morning to you too, Kadamaru. How's it hanging? Damn it, he hated that kid as much as Tayuya loved swearing. It was basically second nature to despise him with every fiber of his being. Watching his attacker drop to the floor clutching his face, Naruto Uzumaki continued to rock his shit-eating grin while lowering his leg. Walking over to who he thought was his best friend in the whole world, Naruto stopped before him, crouching down to check on his pal. You gotta get better at finding me, Kadamaru. I got so bored of hiding that I decided to come find you and destroy you instead. That wasn't a part of the plan. Oh well, that was a pretty fun game of hide and destroy. Don't you think? I hate you. Why do you think that we're friends? My aspirations in life include beating your head in until the white meat shows. Ah, that sounds fun. We definitely have to try that next game. Tayuya-chan, wanna play with us? Don't Tayuya. He's a fucking demon in human skin. He doesn't know right from wrong. He will probably scar you for life. I wouldn't hurt Tayuya-chan the way I hurt you, buddy. She doesn't deserve that. Why do I deserve it? Simple, I just like hurting you. It's always funny to see you get like this when you're in pain. A sadistic 7-year-old that relishes in other people's pain and suffering that he caused? If there was any doubt that Orochimaru wasn't a good influence on the youth before, it should be dead and buried deep within the ground now. Ignoring the boy with the ponytail still clutching his face while screaming at the top of his lungs, Tayuya turned her attention to Naruto, who got out of his crouching position and turned to face her, grinning expression still in play. As funny as I find it to watch him squirm around in pain, I won dash. Ah shit, you too, Tayuya. Why is everyone enjoying my pain? Naruto silenced the miserable boy with a precise kick to the head, effectively rendering him unconscious. You were saying? How is the plan for today supposed to go down? You should know, since you're Orochimaru's little favorite. It was obvious that Naruto was the golden egg in Orochimaru's eyes, due to the fact that ever since Naruto underwent the experiment and learned how to walk, Orochimaru declared that anyone who attempts to harm him would have to answer to him. This of course caused everyone to avoid Naruto like he was the human plague, which led to his tendencies to harass any and everybody just to have some interaction with people besides Orochimaru and Kimimaro. Kidamaru had to blame Orochimaru for his misery. If only that decree wasn't in place, he probably wouldn't be the target of the demon's pawn. Naruto tilted his head at the assumption that he knew how things worked around here simply because of his importance to the Sannin. Finding it funny, he decided to inform the redhead of how wrong she was. Come on now. You really think I know how things are going to go today? Why would I know? I mean, look at me. I'm only 7 years old. How would that make him look with a 7-year-old knowing how all of his plans are going to turn out? Shit, he had a point. Me personally, I'd just be prepared for anything. You know how twisted that evil man could be. Tayuya noticed the underlying animosity in his voice when he mentioned Orochimaru, which surprised her greatly. She figured he'd be the first one to hold him in the highest regard possible. However, that seemed to be the opposite. Where'd that hostility in your voice come from? Shouldn't you be practically praising the ground that he walks on since he raised you from birth? Tayuya asked, clearly curious about this sudden development. Naruto stiffened up at the question, showing visible discomfort now that the topic of conversation changed. He lost his previous smile, opting to change it to a pronounced frown. Tayuya knew that initial views on the boy's relationship with the Sannin that the general public shared were not as they seemed. Me and Orochimaru, let's just say we aren't as close or on good terms as everyone thinks. He's not my idol or savior, if that's what you're thinking. He clarified, recalling all of his previous interactions with the snake that shaped his views on the man, especially the earliest one that brought Naruto to the conclusion that he would leave at a moment's notice, provided he got the chance to. Flashback, 3 years ago, Orochimaru was a happy man as of late. It seemed like everything was going perfectly fine for him, which made it impossible for anyone to dampen his mood. Well, except for those brain-dead idiots among his forces. All of those, however, were dealt with as soon as they presented themselves in order to prevent their highly contagious diseases known as various forms of stupid from spreading. The reason why he was happy was standing right in front of him. Wearing a black pair of slightly loose pants as his only article of clothing, Naruto gazed up at the man that he viewed as his father figure. If anybody were to walk in the massive, purple-colored room, one would ask why a grown man was standing beside a bespectacled teenager, both eyeballing the shirtless blonde with obvious glee in their eyes. It was safe to say that Naruto had a questionable childhood under Orochimaru. Turning to his side, Orochimaru began to ask the lad a series of questions pertaining to the smallest one in the room. All right, Kabuto-kun, how is our friend here adjusting to his Kekkei Genkai? Are there any complications or problems that need my attention? Based on my last tests involving Naruto, I noticed that there are no problems whatsoever. His vitals are healthy, all organs are functioning properly, plus his immune system seems to be extremely strong. I'd hazard a guess to say that it may be impossible for him to become ill with any disease. He also shows a high resistance to any forms of poisons. He should know, he's been poisoning the child ever since he was able to walk in an attempt to test his healing factor. Thankfully, any poison that found its way into his system found itself immediately destroyed within a time span of 30 seconds to an hour. However, there are several things I find of the highest importance to inform you of, if you would like to know. Of course I would like to know, proceed. As you wish. It has been brought to my attention that his 2 separate healing factors we've expected him to have combined together and vastly surpassed our expectations. After an unfortunate accident one day, I noticed that his wounds rapidly mend themselves. His left shoulder was dislocated, until that fixed itself as well. The more and more he heard, the more twisted happiness radiated throughout the chamber. Also, it seems that his Uzumaki heritage and Jinchuriki status also boosts his Kekkei Genkai abilities immensely. Comparing the two, I noticed that Kimimara's bones are produced faster than Naruto's, yet Naruto's seem to be of higher quality as of late. Durability tests provide evidence that Naruto's are naturally harder than Kimimara's, while also having a subtle amount of Biju chakra circulating through them. This is absolutely fantastic. Kukukuku, he's already shaping up to be a prime vessel for me. Kabuto-kun, I'd like to run a test at the moment in order to witness your evidence firsthand. He then walked forward towards Naruto, shedding his abnormal aura in favor of a more fatherly aura. Well, as fatherly as Orochimaru could get. Lowering himself to a knee, Orochimaru looked at his adopted son, reaching a hand out to him. Naruto-kun, would you be a dear for me and allow me to see your arm? He flashed a warm, charismatic smile at the boy, setting him at ease and allowing him to trust the snake. His first mistake in life was already made. Never trust a snake, especially one that licks his lips every time he looks at you. Going along with the man's request, Naruto flashed a smile of his own, full of admiration for the person in front of him that he perceived to be a father figure, before raising his arm and allowing Orochimaru to grasp it. Snap, crunch, cue blood-curdling scream. Kabuto recoiled at the actions of his master, as he watched the man break the poor child's arm in two different places, casting an indifferent gaze at the boy's screams of anguish. He could honestly say that while he expected some kind of twisted test, this was not what he was expecting at all. Seemingly finished with his actions, Orochimaru stood back up to full height, listening to the wails of pain that came from the boy. Naruto looked up at the Sannin in fear, holding his broken limb before backing up slowly. Not wanting to stick around in case of any more potential harm befalling him, he turned around and attempted to leap away. Too bad the snake grabbed his ankle before his escape could completely commence. With disturbing ease, Orochimaru slammed the crippled child into the floor hard enough to form a crater. Letting go of his ankle, which he also snapped mid-slam to prevent running, he leapt into the crater as well, flashing a cruel smirk at the boy. He leaned down to Naruto's face. "Don't take this personal, my boy. I simply wanted to test how durable your body is at the moment. Your health is a very important topic to me. Anyone in their right mind would call bullshit after that shocking display of child abuse. Even Kabuto did, as he leapt out of the crater, satisfied at the fact that the boy remained conscious throughout his test. He failed to notice Naruto's facial expression change from a fearful one to one of betrayal and anger. Feeling his bones fix themselves, he arrived at the conclusion that the Sannin was not to be trusted under no circumstances. He also instinctively knew that at the first chance he got to leave, he'd take it with no hesitation. End flashback. Tayuya winced. Hearing about how brutal Orochimaru was to Naruto at a young age made her feel physically sick. You'd think he'd be more gentle when dealing with his prized possession. Naruto took note of her reaction and nodded. Yeah, he's an asshole of the highest degree. But enough about my past. Let's get ready for this test we gotta deal with today. Tayuya nodded in agreeance and kept the new information she learned today in the back of her mind. If he could treat Naruto like that, and he liked him the most, who knows how much worse his treatment of everyone else could be. 3 months later, somewhere in Hai no Kuni. Why do I have to be in the front of the formation again? I'm a long-range specialist. Because we all know that you'd probably try to kill Naruto if his back is turned to you. No, I wouldn't. I'm pretty sure Kadamaru wouldn't try to kill me, you guys. He's like an older brother to me. He loves me and would never try to kill me. Right, pal? Kadamaru spoke through gritted teeth. Right you are, Naruto. Haha. There's no way I could ever think of trying to put several arrows through your brain at all. His strained tone wasn't fooling anybody present. The sound 5, well 6 if you counted Naruto, leapt through the canopy of the oversized trees found in the Land of Fire, moving stealthily and together as a cohesive unit. After the test 3 months ago, which turned out to be a giant death match to determine who had the drive to survive, Orochimaru placed all of them together as one group. Shortly after, he gave them all curse marks, with the exception of Naruto, as a reward for their performance. The 3 months that followed that event saw them finally being sent outside of their base on various missions, ranging from simple gatherings of resources the Sannin needed, to combat heavy hostile takeovers of neighboring bandit camps and towns. Today, however, marked their first excursion outside of Oto no Kuni. Orochimaru sent them to the border of Hai no Kuni in search of random shinobi that held potential. Their prerogative was to capture the shinobi alive and transport them back to the base in order to increase the number of test subjects that Orochimaru would own. The whole group was greatly relieved to be away from the snake, with the exception of Kimimaro. The others in the group, namely Kadamaru, Tayuya, and Naruto, were the most vocal in expressing their happiness, while the androgynous Sakan and burly Jirobo chose to silently express their excitement. Leading the formation, Kidamaru brought everyone to a stop once they reached a settlement about 30 meters in front of them. They all landed on a branch to survey the area, taking note of all the visible bodies moving around. Sakan looked down at the makeshift camp while flicking his silver hair out of the way, eyes showcasing his boredom with the stop already. Tell me why we stopped again? We're looking for shinobi, not bandit camps. Kidamaru prepared to speak up, but Jirobo beat him to the punch. It isn't uncommon for a rouge shinobi to be in charge of a bandit camp. We might as well give it a look. Kimimaro and Naruto nodded in agreement, while formulating a plan to take the camp by surprise. Tayuya will play a melody from up here in order to place them all in a genjutsu. While they are under the genjutsu, Naruto, Kimimaro, and Sakan and I will corral them all into a specific area so that Jirobo can capture them in his Doton Kekai, Dorodomu, Earth Release Barrier, Earth Prison of Magnificent Nothingness. Kimimaro stated his plan, a plan that everybody readily accepted. Although it was accepted, Naruto still had a question. If our mission is to find shinobi, how will we find out who's a ninja if they're all trapped in the dome? Jirobo looked down at Naruto and smiled politely while answering his question. We can determine if there are any ninja within the dome by paying attention to who has the highest level of chakra. A smart plan. With the plan settled, everyone got in position to act out their plan. The bandit camp stood no chance against their coordinated assault. Too bad that they didn't notice the large mane of shaggy white hair in the distance belonging to a man that stared at Naruto the moment he caught a glimpse of that blonde hair. That can't be who I think it is. I'll have to stick around to make sure. An hour later, nighttime, sitting on a branch recuperating, Kidamaru gazed up into the nighttime sky, observing the stars twinkle in the distance. Their plan went without a hitch, and their assumptions that a ninja would be present in the camp were proven correct. The chakra-sucking dome kept the Rouge from causing any problems. It was a good day for him. Landing down beside him, Kimimaro looked at the stars with his arachnid ally. Before asking a question, Kidamaru, where's Naruto? Nobody seems to know where he is. Face shriveling up in disgust, Kidamaru scoffed at the inquiry before responding. I have no idea. Maybe somebody finally killed the little bastard and took him. At least he's out of my hadash. He then found himself pinned up against the trunk of the tree that they were on by the throat with the business end of an ivory sword composed of solid bone pressed against his abdomen. Shit, if you had a hand in his disappearance, I will strike you down where you stand, trash. Visibly sweating bullets, Kidamaru tried to save his ass. I seriously don't know. I haven't seen the runt since we captured the ninja. I swear. Move that sword before you accidentally stab me. It wouldn't be an accident. Damn it, Kimimaro. You ruined the prank. I was gonna drop paint on his head. Well, at least they knew that he wasn't missing. Hanging from a higher branch above the potential homicide, Naruto looked down at the two while Tayuya sat beside him, playfully pouting at the interference with his plans. Tayuya laughed at the blonde's misfortune. Before laughing even harder once, she got a load of the terrified visage of Kidamaru. Entertainment like this was the highlight of the day. Seeing that Naruto was alive and well, Kimimaro relinquished his hold on the poor boy's throat, removing his organic sword as well. Glad to finally be in charge of his breathing again, Kidamaru then turned a glare onto Kimimaro, before glaring with twice as much intensity at the reason why he almost died. Shaking his fist while frothing at the mouth from all of the built-up rage, Kidamaru blasted Naruto with all of his killing intent before yelling at the top of his lungs. I swear to Kami, I will kill you one day. You almost got me killed, you piece of shit. Mark my words and hear me clearly. I hate you, Naruto. That was his special way of expressing his care for Naruto. It made the Jinchuriki feel all warm and fuzzy inside. The anger-fueled screams were put on hold as a powerful presence made itself known to the group. A tall man landed on the branch in front of the group, staring directly at Naruto. Blonde hair, blue eyes, distinctive whisker marks. It's gotta be him. The newcomer spoke up, directly addressing the whisker-marked lad. Naruto, I know this is sudden and you don't know me, but you have to come with me. I'm under a mission to bring you with me to your real home should I ever see you. So please make this easy for me. Kimimaro instantly hopped in front of the large man, bones already protruding out of his body at irregular angles. State your name, trash, so that I may know who the fool is that has the mission to take Orochimaru-sama's prime vessel. The man casted a sharp glare on the albino child with the dangerous Kekii Genkai, those bones sticking out of him. This boy must have the Shikatsu Miyaku, dead bone pulse, Kekii Genkai, and it seems like he isn't willing to let Naruto go without a fight. I'd hate to smack all of these kids around, but Naruto is coming with me one way or another, the man thought to himself, before deciding to humor the bonehead with his name. My boy, you are looking at the number one, sexy, manly, terrifying shinobi in the world. Armies bow and tremble before my battle prowess. Women swoon and offer themselves to me because of my manly charms. Introducing the one and only Jiraiya of the Sannin. He finished his overly dramatic introduction with a mighty spin, while dancing on top of a toad's head that nobody noticed until now. What the hell? Where did that toad come from? And shit, this guy was a Sannin? Just like the overpowered bastard that they work for. Definitely not a good thing. Naruto glanced at the theatrical man, spying a form of opportunity. If this guy was willing to take him from Orochimaru, then he might as well take a chance and go with him even if he dressed funny. Seriously, a red vest, green long-sleeved shirt and pants and clunky Geta sandals? That's just a weird combination. At least he had a cool horned headband on. Kimimaro, can I go with him? No, Naruto. Orochimaru has plans of greatness involving you in the future. But Orochimaru is a terrible person. Watch your mouth. Shit, I agree. Same here. Kimimaro glared at Tayuya and Kadamaru, making a mental note to beat some respect into those two in the future after he dealt with this. With no prior warning, he slipped a long sword of bone into his hand and leapt at the Sannin, intent on striking down the fool who would dare to take something of Orochimaru. Too bad that the skill level between the two, despite the dangerous Kekii Genkai, was ridiculously far apart. With almost childish ease, Jiraiya smacked the appendage to the side, before slamming a ball of chakra into the boy's stomach, sending him flying through the forest in the opposite direction, knocking down trees and all during his first-class flight. All of that happened before Kimimaro could even blink. Watching who they perceived to be the strongest out of them all get disposed of in such a nonchalant manner, everyone on that tree immediately realized that this man was the real deal. Tayuya and Kadamaru were visibly sweating bullets in fear that this man was coming after them, while Naruto, well, he was a different story. Did you guys see that? He made Kimimaro look like he sucked at fighting easily. If I come with you, can you teach me that? Jiraiya smirked at that, as he knew that the boy was down to leave the snake. He would have felt bad at hitting the albino with a Rasengan, but that Kekii Genkai instantly informed Jiraiya that he'd have to put that boy down a little harder than the other two kids he dealt with. He was pretty sure that he could take it anyway. Kadamaru was frozen with fear, as the man standing before them was somebody that Kadamaru knew could dispose of him easily. Knowing that Tayuya shared the same sentiments, he interrogated the Sannin. Where's our other two members? The chubby one with the orange mohawk is inside of the stomach of a fire toad. The effeminate one is lying unconscious around here somewhere. How did you take them out without us noticing? We would have heard you. I'm a Sannin kid, and my title is not just for show. Point made. Now Naruto, get off of the branch and come with me. I'll make you a deal. You can even bring the little cutie beside you with us if you come. Jiraiya looked up at the boy, waiting on his response. To his surprise, Tayuya hopped down first directly in front of him. She looked up at the man hopefully, wanting nothing more than to leave Orochimaru's rule. I can really come with you? I won't have to deal with that fucking monster anymore. Jiraiya noticed the tremble in her voice when she asked him, and gave her a charming smile. Yes, little lady, you can come with us. I promise you won't be treated the same way that you were treated with him. Who knows what sick shit that snake has done to these kids? While Tayuya was beaming with joy at the fact that there was now an alternative to being under Orochimaru, she was unaware of the arrow with her name on it being notched up and aimed at her. Kadamaru gritted his teeth as he attempted to strike down the traitor, already trembling at the fact that he was about to kill somebody that he felt close to. Damn it, Tayuya. Why'd you have to do this? He really shouldn't have aimed at her. An ivory dagger with a jagged edge severed one of his arms off that held the bow at the elbow, causing massive amounts of bleeding while causing him to drop his bow. Following that, he immediately registered the sensation of more jagged daggers sliding into his body, mainly all of his joints. They pinned him against the trunk behind him, immobilizing him. Tayuya and Jiraiya turned their attention behind them, noticing the crouched form of Naruto in front of his handiwork. He rose up from his position and turned around to face the two, smiling like he didn't just brutally render Kidamaru immobile in the most asshole way possible. Jiraiya's eyes almost bugged out of his sockets, alarmed at the new information that he was witnessing. First thing he was doing once they got to Konoha was taking this boy straight to Hiruzen. He had to know about this. He was trying to kill you, Tayuya-chan. Luckily, I stopped him. We can go now, Jiraiya. With this said, he swan dived off of the branch, impressing the two with his smooth transition. Fighting through the pain, Kidamaru managed to get out a couple of statements before Tayuya left. You know he's gonna come after you too, Tayuya. He's gonna probably kill you. Don't leave me here to bleed out. Please, don't do this to me, man. Tayuya gazed upon the injured boy. Knowing that bleeding out was not a fun way to die, Tayuya prepared to go at least put the boy out of his misery before she was interrupted by yet another flying dagger making its way towards the guy's temple. It struck true, ringing out with a wet crunch sound, effectively rendering the boy dead. Well, that took care of that. Come on, Tayuya. It's time to go to our new home. I can't wait to get there. Where are we going again? Chapter 3. I am my brother's keeper. 4 years later, Konoha Academy. Irika Yumino stood in front of the classroom, observing all of the children that he taught for the past 3 years socialize. Doing his best to ignore the dangerous screeching of the Sasuke fan club, he scanned the room to take note of all the clan kids. Sasuke Uchiha himself sat right under the window on the far side of the room. His eyes were rapidly twitching as several of the resident stalkers, or persistent observers of his kept grabbing his blue high-collared shirt, seemingly trying to rip the article of clothing right off his back. Irika wondered why that was happening. Grab his shirt. I heard that he trains in that shirt. It's probably full of his sweaty essence. I want his babies. Where do babies come from? No idea. But get the shirt and we'll find out later, right? Irika's sweat dropped hard after hearing that. Not wanting to have a case of forced stripping in his classroom, Irika did what he knew best. The next person that grabs Sasuke's shirt has to clean the entire academy. You will not be permitted to leave until every inch is spotless. His words were enhanced by his head becoming bigger than his body mid-sentence. All fangirls immediately ceased with their shenanigans. Although the fangirls were driven away due to the power of Irika-sensei's infamous big head no jutsu, Sasuke couldn't help but remain on edge. He knew that they were the least of his problems. Hey ladies, don't worry about Sasuke. I've got plenty of sweaty shirts. Even this one right here that I'm wearing right now is pretty soaked. Who wants it? The resident dog whisperer, Kiba Inuzuka, exclaimed. Standing out of his chair, he removed his puppy Akamaru from his head, before unzipping his gray coat. Have this shirt, ladies. It's on the house. Irika tried to stop him before it was too late. Kiba, don't. Too late. Removing the only thing keeping everyone safe from his unique stench, Kiba stood proudly as he struck a pose for the class, propping a leg up on the desk while flexing what little muscles he had. Oh yeah, he was definitely a ladies' man. Not done yet, he turned around and threw his shirt at one of Sasuke's #1 fans, the pink-haired Sakura Haruno. He then watched her closely with a smile, expecting her to bask in the manly odors that he possessed. As soon as the shirt touched her and she got a healthy whiff of its smell, she promptly threw up. Sweet Cammy, it smells horrible in here. Is this that chemical warfare stuff you were teaching us one day? Irika-sensei? Kiba, take a shower for Cammy's sakes. You smell like hot dog shit and wet kibbles. Even Irika couldn't stand the stench. He sought to rectify this situation and did it swiftly. Grabbing the offender by his ear, he then dragged him out of the classroom, taking him down the halls and locking him in the showers. Don't you dare leave these showers without smelling decent. With that matter resolved, he traveled back to the classroom, glad that he got rid of the foul stench before it could claim any more victims. He made a mental note to check on Sakura later. As he entered the classroom, he was showered with applause, throwing the scar-faced man off greatly. Irika noticed the tense air surrounding the Uchiha. yet chose not to speak on it out loud and bring him more attention. Gazing over the rest of the class, he shifted his attention to Choji Akimichi, a portly young lad with red swirls tattooed on his cheeks enjoying his hourly bag of chips. Munch, munch, munch. As long as he had a source of food, he didn't need anyone to worry about him. Turning his gaze upwards towards the back of the class, he watched the stoic Shino Aburame stare at his finger. While a civilian would find it to be weird that the boy with the black circular shades dressed in a high-collared button-down coat is staring intently at his finger, Irika knew that the boy was probably speaking to one of his Kikeichu, parasitic destruction insects. Curious at how focused he was, Irika decided to ask him what was so interesting. "Shino, what are you doing?" "Keeping tabs." Cryptic as hell. Good ol' Aburame responses. Sitting beside the Aburame was Hinata Hyuga, giggling at her teacher's exasperated reaction to her friend's answer. Her white eyes shined with mirth as she giggled and played with the zipper on her cream-colored jacket. After her giggle fit died down, she looked around the classroom in search of a certain person. Realizing that the person wasn't present, she raised her hand to inquire about the whereabouts of said missing person. Irika-sensei? Where's Naruto?" Nobody in the room noticed Sasuke tense up, eyes darting about with a fearful gleam shining through. Everyone else in the classroom stopped what they were doing just to look around in search of the missing blonde. A blonde girl sitting within the immediate vicinity of Sasuke answered that question. "Who knows? He's always off doing something stupid. At least he isn't here harassing everyone. He probably won't even sh-." Her statement was interrupted by the last person anybody ever expected to jump out of their seats. Holding her by the shoulders, Sasuke glared into her eyes. Visibly shaking, Sasuke pressed a firm finger to her lips, effectively silencing her. "Ino, don't ever say that he won't do anything. He has this tendency to prove you wrong just to piss you off. You'll doom us all." Everyone, Irika too, were absolutely gobsmacked by this uncharacteristic display. Sasuke was known for being a broody asshole, preferring to keep to himself. He was also known for never voluntarily interacting with any of his fangirls unless it was absolutely necessary. A boy with his hair in a ponytail, giving him a pineapple-styled haircut, removed his head from the desk that he was napping on. Turning around to witness this spectacle, he stared at the Uchiha like he grew two heads. "Sasuke, are you all right in the head?" Not letting Ino go until his point was proven, Sasuke craned his head behind him to glare at Shikamaru. He had to inform them all of the horror that will befall them if they kept tempting fate. "I'm perfectly fine in the head." The Uchiha massacre and Tsukiyomi begged to differ. "But that menace is not. Trust me, he's a real psycho." Sasuke was speaking from experience. Ever since the first time meeting the Jinchuriki, his life has been flipped upside down. Flashback 2 years ago, Hiruzen Sarutobi was walking through his village, basking in the sun. Walking alongside him was a young Sasuke Uchiha. Hiruzen felt that it was necessary to escort the boy home due to his recent trauma. 2 nights ago, his clan was eliminated by his older brother Itachi Uchiha, who also placed him under one of the most potent genjutsu known to man, Tsukiyomi. He was kept in the psychological ward of the village after the events until they gave the okay to let him return home. The Kage glanced down at the boy to check on him, noticing the rage and loneliness present within his gaze. Hiruzen sighed before placing a comforting hand on the child's shoulder, speaking up to reassure him. There, Sasuke. I know that you are currently going through a hardship that no child should have to endure. However, I know that you are a strong young man who will grow into a man of greatness. You'll get through this, my boy, I promise." Not getting a response, the Sarutobi decided to just complete the rest of the trip in silence, taking note of the figure that was following the two from the rooftops. After about 15 minutes of a relaxed walk, the duo finally arrived at their destination, the Uchiha clan compound. Hiruzen subtly cringed at the entrance, feeling the air of despair that befell Sasuke as soon as they arrived. This was not going to be easy for the boy. "Sasuke-kun, HN. If you ever need anything, just come see me. I'll always be there to help you." "Okay. Thank you, Hokage-sama." With that said, Sasuke entered the compound, leaving Hiruzen at the entrance. As Sasuke walked down the main road towards his home, He was hit by unwelcome memories. Why Inai-san? Why did you kill our family? Tu-san? Ka-san? They're all dead. Sasuke screamed at the murderer that was his brother, tears flowing freely down his face. The room they were standing in was drenched in blood, while the air was filled with the stench of death. Itachi Uchiha stood before the crying boy, a look of pure apathy etched onto his face. You had to be a complete stoic dickhead of the highest degree in order to murder your family and stand calmly like nothing happened. I did it simply to test my power, Sasuke. I want you to grow from this. Take all of that sadness and anger that you're currently feeling and let it fuel you. Use that to motivate you to get stronger, so that you may be able to face me and avenge our family. Those words kept flowing through his mind, distracting him from noticing the blonde kid walking side by side with him. As Sasuke reached his doorstep and slid the key into the lock, he finally registered the presence standing beside him. He jumped back in case of an attack, while taking in the intruder's appearance. The blonde had blue eyes that exuded curiosity and mischief, whisker marks resting on his cheeks, and a smile that held some kind of unknown intent behind it. He wore a black short-sleeved button-down with orange trim, black cargo pants that seemed to be made out of a rather tough material, and black steel toe boots to complete the look. Despite his unwanted appearance, Sasuke had to admit that the strange boy looked pretty good in dark colors. Why are you here? Do you not know that this is private property? Naruto simply continued to smile, tilting his head while answering the question. I'm a ninja in training. I'm pretty sure that I'll be breaking into private property in the future. Might as well get a head start now. Sound logic aside, Sasuke didn't want anyone intruding in his compound as of now. Leave. Now. You can't make me leave. Naruto responded. TCH. Whatever. I'm gonna go inside my house. You can stay outside if you want, but coming inside is not something you want to do. Feeling that he made his stance about being left alone clear, Sasuke entered his home, no longer paying any mind to the annoyance outside. Walking into the kitchen in search of some food, Sasuke approached the refrigerator. He opened the door and leaned forward to examine the contents within. Spying a tomato, he proceeded to pick up the fruit and take it to the sink to wash it off, before biting into it. Got another one in there? Are you serious? How did he even get in here? Sasuke made sure to lock the door behind him. Wheeling around in shock, Sasuke found the boy standing directly in front of his refrigerator before beginning to open the door. Stopping the miscreant from opening the door, Sasuke leveled a glare onto boy, speaking through clenched teeth. I thought I told you not to come inside. You didn't actually state that I couldn't come in. You just said that it's something I wouldn't want to do. Too bad for you that I wanted to do it. Leave me alone. I don't want to be bothered. Get out of my house before I force you out. Why do you want me to leave so soon? You didn't even ask for my name yet. I don't care about your name. I want you out. My name's Naruto. Nice to meet you, Sasuke. I have a feeling we're gonna be close friends sooner or later. How the hell do you even know my name? Heard Gigi say it. Plus, all the girls our age constantly talk about you like you're the best thing on earth since sliced bread. They're always describing how you look, so I just matched your appearance with the name. Gigi. You mean Hokage-sama? This kid calls the Hokage that? Does he not know who he is? Yeah, the old man. Me and him are pretty close, so he lets me get away with calling him that. Well, if you're so close to him, why not bother him instead? He's been occupied these past few days with you, so I decided to check on the source of him being extra busy. Now then, I just wanted to drop in, introduce myself as your new friend so you don't get lonely around here, and maybe spar with you, if you're up for it, that is. Sparring? As in a chance to vent some of his anger out on his current source of annoyance? Sign him right up. I'm an Uchiha. Are you sure you want to fight me? I'm probably the best academy student in Konoha as of now. Sasuke informed him, not knowing the definition of humble. Hearing this, Naruto shrugged his shoulders before flashing a competitive smile. And I've been trained by an S-ranked missing nin. Now that we're done bullshitting, how about that fight? Him being the top dog at the academy bullshit? Now this blonde kid had to learn the hard way not to mess with him. And what was with that obvious lie about being trained by an S-ranked ninja? Embracing the growing combative feeling in the air, Sasuke flashed Naruto the first grin that anyone has witnessed since before the massacre. Follow me to your future beating. He then left the house with Naruto in tow. Walking through the compound side by side, the two boys paced along in silence, both deep within their own thoughts and prepping themselves for the upcoming showdown. Maybe if I beat this weirdo, he'll leave me alone. Nobody gets beat down and likes it. Boy, did Sasuke have a lot to learn when he got older. Should I use my Kekkei Genkai on him? Nah, all I want to do is strike the fear of Kami into him, not permanently cripple him. Remember Naruto, don't cripple your new friend. No crippling. After a 2-minute walk, the two finally arrived at a training ground located within the compound. They each reported to opposite sides of the field, glaring at each other with unrestrained eagerness. After staring and grinning for a good minute while sizing each other up, Sasuke decided to engage in some pre-battle banter. Hey Naruto, how about a friendly wager? He felt physically sick at the thought of the two being friends. The kid was just too annoying for Sasuke's tastes. Wager, you say? I'm listening. All right. First to put the other on their back for 10 seconds wins. If I win, you have to… Let me think. Leave the village. No can do, Sasuke. I can't leave you during this time in your life. I have plans of greatness involving you in the future. Damn it, it was worth a shot. And that plan he spoke of gave Sasuke an uneasy feeling, especially since the blonde started to rub his hands while smiling in a sinister manner. And why did he keep speaking like he knew what the Uchiha was going through at the moment? That was starting to get irritating. How about this? If I win, you cannot come within 10 feet of me unless absolutely necessary. I can dig that. If I win, be prepared to be my best friend and be subjected to various mischief and hijinks for the rest of your life. Deal? Feeling confident in his chances, Sasuke stupidly accepted the terms, not knowing what hell he unleashed upon himself that day. An hour later, Sasuke tried his hardest not to break character and cry out in frustration. During their spar, Sasuke quickly realized that Naruto was not your average academy student. His reflexes were absolutely absurd, seeming to be able to react to anything he threw at him, no matter how vicious his attack combinations were. The blonde was disturbingly flexible, always managing to find a way to dodge whenever Sasuke had a clear shot on him in the most uncomfortable-looking way possible. His speed was another thing entirely. Sasuke thought he was fast, but he begrudgingly had to admit that Naruto outclassed him in this department. The most frustrating thing, however, was Naruto's refusal to trade blows with him, opting to instead dodge and tap the attacking limb at the joints every time Sasuke went on the offensive. Naruto utilized a peculiar form dodging. He was already a weird kid before the fight, but after seeing his fighting style up close and personal, Sasuke came to the conclusion that the blonde was a walking ball of unpredictable chaos. He never met anyone who leans into blows, dodges them at the very last second, taps the joints, and pretends to be a snake by wrapping the corresponding limb around the offending limb, even hissing and flicking his tongue to complete the serpent motif. He was 100% sure that the idiot was doing that purely for the sole purpose of pissing him off. It was working too. This is what Sasuke had to deal with for the past hour, and it pissed him off to no end. He hasn't gotten the chance to land one single blow on the boy, who was grinning like a madman the whole time. Panting heavily while wiping sweat off of his forehead, Sasuke glared at his opponent and growled, "What's with your whacked-out fighting style? Are you even trying to win this fight? Maybe, maybe not. Stop playing games and wasting my time. Fight me. Are you sure you want that? Why the hell would we be doing this if I didn't want to fight? Say pretty please, Uzumaki-sama. I want to have a concussion. The fuck is wrong with him? Like, how does he find time to be this infuriating?" Tired of the bantering between the two, Sasuke charged the boy with the intent to end this. Leading with his left hand, he threw several powerful strikes towards the boy, aiming to erase his face from this plane of existence. Each strike, as before, was dodged at the last second like before, with all of the joints in his arm being tapped, grabbed, or smacked as a counter. Still grinning with mischief in play, Naruto decided that enough was enough. He backed off for a bit to determine how he was going to put Sasuke down in the cruelest, yet humbling way possible. He looked at several different areas on his target's body, mentally trying to pick one to go for. Head? A good old-fashioned meaty blow to the head always does the trick. He'd put that one on the back burner in case he couldn't find a better area to maim. Chest? Nothing like having the wind knocked out of you. Stomach? Maybe he could hit him in that certain spot just so he can make him throw up. Then he could double the humiliation by cracking his skull open one good time. His balls? Nah, Naruto was an asshole, but that would just be uncalled for. That's too much pain for one boy to endure. After cycling through several different options, Naruto just shrugged his shoulders. Fuck it. 1 second Sasuke was still in his stance, slightly winded yet still prepared to try to kill the pest. The next second his vision was full with the afternoon sky, with him now being forced to lay on the ground. Attempting to get up and repay the blonde back, his intentions were halted as a mighty boot stomped down directly on his chest, barely managing to not break his bones. Gak! Sasuke cried out, finding the lack of air he was receiving to be quite unpleasant. He sought to remove the offending limb and quickly used the opportunity presented. Gathering a tremendous amount of force, he drove his fist directly into the side of Naruto's knee, effectively caving it in. A loud crack rang out through the area, sending a wave of relief through the young Uchiha. Now that his knee has bent the wrong way, there's no way that he could fight back. Sasuke thought, unaware of the boy falling directly on top of him, still smiling like a madman. Fist cocked back, he drove it directly into Sasuke's nose, breaking it instantly due to the force of the blow. Sasuke immediately blacked out from the punch, not prepared for the equivalent of 2 hammers being fired from a slingshot directing themselves to his nose. Despite the fact that his knee was indeed bent the wrong way, Naruto couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't expecting his opponent to try to cripple him at all, which earned the unconscious boy points with the blonde already. Having his damaged limb fix itself within the next couple of seconds, Naruto then got off of Sasuke before picking him up and slinging him over his shoulder, returning to Sasuke's house to celebrate their new friendship. Even if I lost, I was still going to harass you, Sasuke. There's nowhere for you to hide once I make you a target. Now that you've officially agreed to be my target, that makes things a whole lot easier. We're gonna have some good times together, buddy. I just know it. On this day, Sasuke decided that he'd rather undergo the Tsukiyomi mindfuck again instead of having to deal with the blonde. He shouldn't have accepted those terms. He dug his own grave. Now he had to lay in it. End flashback. Sasuke shivered thinking about that fateful day. From that point on, he had to deal with constant harassment from the Jinchuriki menace, ranging from various pranks to the blonde actually booby-trapping his entire clan compound and randomly attacking him. His excuse was that Sasuke was good for an academy student, but not good enough to stand on equal footing with a fully fledged shinobi. He told him to think of the constant pestering and surprise deathmatches as training, which would either get him killed or force him to get better. Trying to call off the bet or telling Naruto to stop only doubled the amount of bullshit that he put Sasuke through. He learned his lesson the hard way, and out of the kindness of his twisted little heart, he wanted to prevent the rest of his classmates from suffering the same fate. Interrupting the moment of reflection, a loud scream sounded out, shortly before cries of bloody murder followed. Shino looked towards the door, being informed that a large source of chakra was standing behind it. One of his Kikeichu landed on his nose, relaying a message that only he could understand. He spoke up to inform the class about the sudden developments. Irika-sensei, I'd recommend that you send Kiba home early today. Why, you ask? Because Naruto somehow managed to sneak up on him while he was attempting to rid himself of those offensive odors, before dropping 2 gallons of cat urine on him. Now Kiba is on the warpath and Naruto is outside of the class. In order to prevent an attempted homicide and save our senses of smell, it would be the logical course of action to remove Kiba from the school for the rest of the day. 2 knocks on the door brought everyone's attention back to the door. Many of the students looked on with an uneasy expression on their faces, not entirely sure about letting the blonde in. Ino stared at the door in fear until she was grabbed yet again by Sasuke. Do you see what you've done, woman? You've doomed us all. If she wasn't positively frightened at the sudden uncharacteristic display of fear from the Uchiha, she'd be relishing in the fact that her crush is grabbing her. Irika face-bombed. It was never a dull day at the academy, as there were always shenanigans happening. 1 month later, undisclosed location, Status report on the 2 children from Orochimaru. 3 figures were present inside of a pitch-black room, with 2 of the figures kneeling in front of the third. Heads bowed in a submissive manner, one of the 2 spoke up in order to give the report. As you wish, Danzo-sama. The girl seems to be doing just fine in Konoha. She shows no signs of potential treason that we need to be concerned about, and her skills in the academy are vastly ahead of the rest of her class. Is that so? Where would you place her in terms of skill level? Easily high genin level, if not low chunin. I see. And the Jinchuriki, no signs of treason from him either. Although he has a strange obsession with antagonizing the clan heirs in his age group, specifically the Uchiha and as of late the Nara, there seems to be nothing to be concerned about pertaining to him. I knew of the Uchiha, but why the Nara? We overheard him say that the Nara has too much potential to be, and I quote, a lazy-ass sloth. So he's taken upon the liberty to motivate the Nara. How does he do that? He employs similar tactics seen when he deals with the Uchiha, which include random sneak attacks while the Nara is relaxing, sabotaging his clan compound, and even employing a henge technique to transform into the boy's mother before subjecting him to training. Danzo nodded at this news, silently admitting that the boy knew how to get people to do things. He chalked it up to Orochimaru teaching him how to manipulate others in order to get results. Based on any characteristics that you have observed, what would you say his skill level is? Due to his uncanny ability to repeatedly booby-trap clan compounds without being apprehended, stalk his targets, and constantly avoid taking blows in his daily altercations, I would have to place the boy in the range of mid-chunin as of now. His skills in the stealth aspect of shinobi life are exceptional for his age. His speed is also something to take note of as well. Danzo silently stewed over this information for several minutes, the silence in the air being welcomed. It didn't bother the 2 kneeled figures, seeing as how they were trained to be emotionless tools. Uncomfortable silences didn't exist to them. That is all I require of you 2 now. Leave my presence and continue surveillance of the 2, and alert me of any new developments. Yes, Danzo-sama. The 2 responded in unison, before leaving the room without a trace. Danzo sat in his chair, silently fuming over the fact that they were wasting potential. After hearing his subordinate state that the boy possessed skills that easily let him outclass any other academy student as of now, he couldn't help but wonder if the Sandaime was truly going senile in his old age because of his decision to place the boy in the academy instead of handing him over to him. Flashback, 4 years ago. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at his desk in the Hokage Tower, a frown evident on his face, staring at a large stack of papers that he was required to fill out as part of his daily Kage duties. He was seriously considering lighting the whole desk on fire with an overpowered fire jutsu. He was getting too old for this shit. Damn it. A knock at the door provided a well-timed distraction. Who is it? It's me, old man. Guess who I managed to find? A familiar voice sounded out from the other side of the doors. The statement froze Hiruzen in his tracks, causing him to drop his pen that he was currently writing with. Come in, Jiraiya-kun. Please don't tell me that you found who I think you're talking about. Now, why would I do that? I thought it would be a good thing that I found Naruto. Jiraiya stated with a boisterous smile as he entered the room with Naruto and Tayuya in tow. Tayuya was awestruck as she walked into the room, taking in every detail that she could. Since arriving in Konoha, she's been observing all of the different types of people in the village, comparing the individuality here to the individuality found in Orochimaru world. Needless to say, she was also overwhelmed by the fact that she met 2 other legendary ninjas within the span of 24 hours. Plus, neither of them seemed to harbor any malicious thoughts or sick intents towards her, which made her more comfortable here than she's ever been in Orochimaru's care. Things were already looking up for her. Naruto, on the other hand, walked into the room with a bit of trepidation. Due to Orochimaru and Kabuto's twisted methods of training him to be on edge at all times and expect the unexpected, Naruto was probably the most tense person in that room. Not knowing why they wanted him also served to further give the boy reason to be edgy. He scanned the room for all available exit points in case he needed to run, while subtly nudging Tayuya to grasp her attention so she could know where to go. Eyes drinking in every detail available within the chamber, Naruto stopped when he found what he believed to be the most important thing. It wasn't the picture on the wall of the man who looked almost exactly like him either. Can I have your hat? Naruto stared intensely at the headpiece present on the Hokage's head, as if he were trying to burn the person wearing it out of frame. Hiruzen chuckled at the boy. My boy, you have to earn this hat. I'm afraid it's not something you can just ask for. How do I earn it? Become Hokage or something? Hiruzen nodded. Precisely. Hearing this, Naruto took a moment of pause to think on this tall task that he was faced with. He finally looked back up after several seconds of thought. Hey, do you know the Kage-Bunshin no Jutsu? Shadow Clone Jutsu? Curious as to where he was going with this, Hiruzen nodded. Yes, Naruto-kun. Why do you ask? Can you make like another clone really quick? Not seeing any harm in indulging the boy, the Sandaime willed another solid copy of himself into existence. Now 2 Hokages were standing within the room, both looking at Naruto. Well, the spot that he was in. The clone registered the feeling of someone behind him making a lunge for his head, and simply leaned to the side to avoid being blindsided. He looked at the party responsible, only to notice that Naruto held his hat in his hands as well. Holding the possession he just managed to take, he gazed upon it approvingly, before placing it upon his head. He stood there with his arms folded, smiling brightly at his accomplishment. After 30 seconds of triumphant posing, he nodded his head in a sage-like manner before removing the hat. Now I don't want it anymore, thanks Gigi. Everyone deadpanned at his sudden actions, not believing that he lost interest in the prestigious hat that fast. Shaking himself of any surprise, Jiraiya decided to change the subject to a more serious tone. Namely, what they were going to do now that the Jinchuriki was back where he truly belonged. Old man, there's some things that we have to talk about. When I say things, I mean that things that could be considered S-rank secrets. S-rank secrets? Oh shit. Can me and Tayuya stay? I want to hear all of the juicy details. Naruto blurted out, already heading to the couch against the wall in order to get comfy for the upcoming conversation. Tayuya would have joined him, but she was the more level-headed of the two. She didn't want to automatically assume that things were completely well and risk pissing off the two-aged shinobi that could probably kill her on accident with some kind of overpowered sneeze. Therefore, she stood as close to the door as possible without making it obvious that she was prepared to run at a moment's notice. If only her cautious side rubbed off onto Naruto instead of her penchant for foul language, he probably would have been by her side, ready to haul ass the minute things went wrong. Noticing the poor girl gearing herself up to run, Hiruzen sighed heavily, inadvertently causing her to further tense up. Young lady, I assure you that no harm will befall you while you are in this office. I swear to you. Now, please take a seat beside Naruto-kun, so that we may begin. He then signaled for the hidden bodyguard detail within the room to leave, before he could begin flipping through hand seals to activate the jutsu that would prevent anyone from spying on their conversation. The door was opened, allowing a man with bandages wrapping around his face to enter the room, using a crutch to hold him up. The only squinted eye visible opened up slightly, as the man inspected the room in order to see who was present. His eye hovered over Naruto for the longest. Hiruzen, why was I not properly informed of the boy's arrival? The Sandaime inwardly groaned, as Danzo's appearance just ensured that things would not go as smoothly as planned. How would I be able to inform you of his arrival if I didn't have knowledge of him coming either, old friend? And besides, it's not like you wouldn't have went long before you were informed by your various sources of the boy's arrival. Subtle jabs letting on that he knows something that he shouldn't? The game of politics has begun. Not wanting to lose face, Danzo resolved to switch the topic of conversation by utilizing one of the oldest tricks in the book, namely blame shifting. Jiraiya, did you not see it impertinent enough to inform anyone of your or the boy's arrival? Surely a shinobi such as yourself would have the knowledge to send word ahead of time in order for us to be able to make the proper accommodations for the lad. This is why Jiraiya stayed out of the village. Playing the game of tongues was not his strong suit in ninja life. He was more of the hop onto the battlefield, kick ass, take names, and go get drunk in a bar with various promiscuous women to celebrate his glorious victory type. Still, just because he didn't involve himself in politics often, that didn't mean that he didn't know how to maneuver himself in certain situations. I didn't send word ahead because I didn't want to endanger Naruto or his friend Tayuya here. I had to take them from Orochimaru's other shinobi by force, and while I didn't kill them, I made sure to keep them occupied. I didn't know if there was backup in the area, so I just decided to get here as soon as possible. You didn't kill the enemy shinobi? Your judgment seems to be getting impaired by your more sinful habits. They were all kids, Danzo. No older than 10. I'm not going to spill unnecessary blood. If I can complete a mission without killing children, then I will. Jiraiya stated, a look of seriousness present on his face. His killing intent was subtly rising in response to Danzo's attempts to undermine him, which caused two things to happen. Hiruzen tried to rein his student in, wanting to avoid having the situation deteriorate into a physical altercation. Jiraiya, Hiruzen stated firmly, sending a non-verbal message that Jiraiya caught wind of and heeded. Stand down, was the unspoken command. Are you going to kick the crippled old man's ass? That's boring, he doesn't even look that strong. All you gotta do is probably cough on him and he'll fall straight to the ground and into the arms of cardiac arrest. Naruto chimed in, complete with a show of acting out how he imagined the battle's outcome. Danzo showed no outside reaction, choosing to mentally scoff before attempting to establish a pecking order within the room. Still your tongue, boy. You are in the presence of the esteemed village elders, former teammate of the Sandaime, and senior advisor of the Hokage. You will respect me and my title. A blank face was given in response to Danzo's statement, before Naruto gave his true response. I don't respect titles. Anybody could have people go along with a title they created. I respect the person behind the title, and as of right now you are the only one in the room who has yet to show that you are worthy of any respect from me. He respected Tayuya because she was his first true friend. That stuff he used to say to Kadamaru before he killed him was just to mess with the deceased guy. He respected Jiraiya because he offered him an opportunity to get away from Orochimaru. It also helped that Jiraiya was scary strong too, because skill also lands you brownie points with the Jinchuriki. Although he didn't know the Sandaime yet, he respected him simply because of the fact that he tried his best to put Tayuya at ease. That little show of consideration resonated with the blonde, and showed him that the Sandaime actually held some compassion in him, unlike the sick snake. This Danzo waltzed in, insulted a man he respected on the sly, while attempting to pull rank on Naruto. What kind of shit was that? Danzo stiffened slightly, appalled at the audacity of the boy. Once he inducted him into the root program, he'd be sure to beat some respect into the little disrespectful child. Moving on from less trivial matters, where are we going to place our two new arrivals after they go through the proper channels? We'd have to place them based on their skill levels, Danzo. I see. Would you like to give us an estimate of your abilities? Tayuya was about to speak up, but Naruto prevented her from giving away their skill levels. I'd say we're around academy student level. We're both pretty bare bones as of now. Looking suspiciously at the rugrat who spoke out of turn, Danzo couldn't help but have the feeling that the boy was heavily downplaying their skills. The plan already has gone awry due to his unexpected early arrival, and now he's learning that the boy isn't even at least genin level by now. Something was not right. Hiruzen gazed upon the two children, taking in every little detail of the two. From the way they carried themselves, Hiruzen could gather that Tayuya was a long-range specialist, preferring to stay out of the range of potential opponents due to her opening act of staying near the door, keeping her back covered, allowing all potential hostiles to stay within her view. Naruto, on the other hand, was obviously comfortable with close-range combat, as his speed that he displayed earlier, which was way above academy-level speed, and his eagerness to throw himself into the middle of potential showed the Sandaime that he had two prospects with large amounts of potential. While Danzo was exceptional when it came to training shinobi to turn them into blank killing machines, he wasn't going to get his hands on these two. Hiruzen knew that Danzo was here to take the children to make them his, so he had to prevent that. I see that our two new additions to the village need to be placed within the academy based on what they are telling us. Does that sound all right with you two? They both nodded. Good, once you go through screening and we set you up with an apartment, you will be able to start at the academy. Hiruzen finalized. Danzo, however, was livid. Surely two children under Orochimaru are far beyond those in the academy. It would be very unwise of you to waste their time with the basics. I suggest allowing me to train them, so that I may further their growth and allow them to use their skills while serving with the village's best interests at heart. My word on this subject is final, Danzo. Clenching his jaw in anger, Danzo knew that Hiruzen would not budge on the matter. His old friend could be notoriously stubborn when the situation called for it. I suppose so. Very well, I shall leave at once. His announcement of his departure was backed by him exiting the room. The rest of the group left in the room waited for a couple of minutes before continuing the conversation. All right, now that matter is settled, I would hazard a guess to say that you are both tired. Tayuya simply let out a yawn. Nope, I feel like I need to be active. Come on, Tayuya, we gotta use up our energy in our youth while we still have it. Yo. A strong voice screamed in the distance, causing the redhead present to look outside of the window in confusion and a slight amount of fear. What was that? Nothing you need to be concerned about at the moment, Tayuya-chan. He refused to let the flames of youth scar these kids. Now then, once we finish talking about today's events and I wrap up the rest of this paperwork, we'll relocate to my clan compound, where you will be staying until we get all of your arrangements in order. Okay, Hokage-sama. Thank you for everything. It's the least I can do, my dear. You guys can go ahead. I'm gonna go track down that youth business and get a piece of that action. Don't let him leave the room unsupervised, Jiraiya. Jiraiya snickered. Whatever you say, old man. End flashback. Although the plan set in place hasn't gone the way that it was anticipated to go, Danzo didn't dwell on the issue for long. There was plenty of time left, and Danzo was a patient man. All he had to do was play the waiting game. Naruto would be his one way or another. Chapter 4. Let's take that journey. 1 year later. Remind me why I'm coming with you again? 'Cause Sasuke, you know you enjoy my company. I don't know how many times I've told you that I want to kill you. You don't know how many times I've had the opportunity to do so. Shikamaru decided to join in the conversation as he walked along with the two. Naruto, just of curiosity. How many times? I'd estimate around 2,637 times, and that's just from our spars. Oddly specific for an estimation. Are you going by those tap things you always do when you fight? Shikamaru asked, casting an analytical side glance at the blonde walking to the left of him. Ever since the first time that they had to spar in the academy, Shikamaru noticed that Naruto was the only one out of the male rookie 9 to never actually land a direct shot during a fight. His surprise attacks on him and Sasuke didn't count since the punches and kicks thrown were meant to scare them into getting better. Sasuke and Kiba were quick to engage in fist fights. Choji, while less likely to instigate a fight, wasn't adverse to trading blows either. Shino's clan fighting style didn't call for taijutsu, but the pure taijutsu spars that took place during the academy forced him to get active in that field. Due to Naruto's constant harassment and surprise attacks, Shikamaru had to learn to either become more proficient in hand-to-hand combat and step up his training regimen, or spend every day getting hospitalized. He tried to go with the flow one day and let Naruto knock him out just so that he could spend a day or several in the hospital, free of any kind of chaos related to Naruto. That plan of action was quickly ruined once Shikamaru learned the hard way that the Jinchuriki would go as far as to henge into his mom just to get him out. Naruto, however, didn't hit anyone during the academy spars. All he did was dodge, wrap the limb up, occasionally hiss just for shits and giggles before sliding away. It bothered Shikamaru because despite never actually hitting anyone, Naruto didn't lose a single fight in the 4 years that they attended the academy. He'd always managed to get his opponent to step out of the ring by utilizing his disturbing flexibility and unusual avoidance skills. With the exception of Shino or the Nara, he just picked them up and threw them out. Yeah, I see you noticed that habit of mine. Sasuke grunted at that statement. That particular habit of Naruto's pissed the Uchiha off highly, since he could never get a true fight out of the blonde. It was akin to fighting with a snake that didn't like to bite. It would wrap around you and slither about, yet would never strike you. Only difference between the blonde and a snake is that the Jinchuriki actually had arms to hit with, yet he just chose to tap elbows, shoulders, knees, and even toes. It was infuriating. Maybe now that they graduated from the academy and have become genin, maybe Sasuke could get some adrenaline-pumping action now. Sasuke decided to ask Naruto a question he asks him on a daily basis in order to see if he'd finally crack and give it a straight answer. Why do you never fight any of us seriously? Are you just that arrogant or something? Well, wasn't that a prime example of the pot calling the kettle black? Naruto flashed one of his trademark annoying smiles at the raven-haired boy before shrugging his shoulders. As of now, nobody's on my level. Sorry if your ego can't handle it, but I refuse to hurt you guys like that. Shikamaru and Sasuke deadpanned. Do those random attacks he calls surprise deathmatches not count? They thought at the same time. Like Sasuke thought, Naruto gave his regular response. It's like he knew exactly how to annoy anyone and everyone around him. It had to be a special skill. After 10 more minutes of walking, the trio finally arrived at their destination, the Konoha Library. The reasoning behind their visit, unknown to the two that weren't Naruto, is due to Naruto wanting to see if he could find any information on his last name. The last time he tried to come and conduct some research, the keeper of the library turned him away since he didn't have the proper clearance to look for shinobi-related subjects such as that. Now that they've all passed the test and became official genin, he decided to give it another go. Sasuke came because while he always shows hostility towards the blonde, he'd be lying if he said that he hasn't grown used to being around Naruto and didn't enjoy his company on a daily basis. Not that he'd admit it out loud. Shikamaru came because Naruto left him with no other easygoing options. Naruto and Sasuke arrived at his house earlier that morning in order to pick up the Nara. Unfortunately for the human sloth, his mother answered the door. Since she was proud of Shikamaru actually showing some drive to work harder in his training and all, she decided to give him a day off of his hard work and kicked him out of his own home for the day, stating that he needed some downtime with friends. Since he was out of the house with no way to get back in until probably nighttime and at the mercy of the menace, he had two options. One, he could try to go off and do his own thing, while fending off any random shenanigans brought down upon him by Naruto. Since that required excess energy that he didn't really feel like exerting today, he just went along with it, picking the safer second option. As they walked into the library, Naruto noticed the quiet, peaceful atmosphere present with the building and smiled. Despite his outward personality, Naruto could respect a well-placed silence. He also loved to disturb silences as well. Lookout Library, Konoha's new genin has arrived, and he's hungry for some knowledge. Come, my friends, let us quench our insatiable appetites for knowledge, he shouted at the top of his lungs, alerting everyone within the library of the Jinchuriki now within the building. His two companions with him tried their hardest not to look like they came with the nuisance, but were failing miserably. They were shocked at the boy's sudden display of vernacular though. Did you know that he could talk like that? Shikamaru whispered while staring at the back of the quickly moving blonde, who already left the two standing by the entrance. Nope. It seems that he has brain cells that aren't just dedicated to allowing him to be the most irksome person in the world. Another hint that Naruto wasn't ordinary. Shikamaru would have to look into what made him tick eventually. He could get a head start today and figure out the reason why Naruto was so adamant on coming to the library. That could wait. Right now he was looking to find a secluded area that he could sleep in. With Naruto walked up to the counter to find some help on his search. The library was massive, and it would probably take hours upon hours of searching or an incredible case of luck for him to find the information that he wanted on his own. As he approached the counter, he then noticed a different face that wasn't there before. A young girl about a year older than him with blonde, messy hair with glasses that had swirls in them became aware of the boy's presence and his headband wrapped around his neck bandana style, before affixing a friendly smile onto her face. Welcome to the library, Ninja-san. How may I help you, Ninja-san? Damn, that sounded good to him. A bit too formal for his tastes though. The name's Naruto. Don't add the san part. I'm not too big on honorifics. Okay, Naruto. Now, how can I help you? The blonde leaned forward onto the counter, propping himself up by his elbows. You can help me by pointing me in the direction of any Uzumaki-related books. And he paused for dramatic effect. You can also help by telling me how the hell you have those swirls in your glasses. They're really interesting. Not knowing how to respond to the latter portion of his question, Shiho decided to answer the part that she knew she could. I am Uzumaki. Let's see. The Uzumaki books should be located within the back of the library, amongst the other clan books. Let me know if you can't find it, and I'll gladly search for you. Finally, now he could figure out the significance behind his name. Those cryptic-ass answers that Kabuto always gave never helped him out. The Uzumaki clan? Let's just say there's a reason they're no longer among us, Naruto-kun. If only you knew about your lineage, you'd probably have an ego that's bigger than Manda's. How the hell could he learn about his lineage through cryptic half-assed answers? One of the things on his bucket list involved force-feeding Kabuto his glasses. He was going to complete that bucket list come hell or high water. Naruto-kun, you're talking to yourself. Is that a normal occurrence with you? Disregard that. You didn't hear anything. With Sasuke. Sasuke walked through the aisles of the massive library in search of something to occupy his time. This time that he was spending had be towards something productive, as he wasn't one to waste time. He had goals to achieve, people to kill, and a clan to restore. Despite these facts about the Uchiha, he wasn't anywhere near any shinobi-related sections. There was no point in using the library time to read up on his clan or any potential techniques since the information available was pretty barebones so as to not give any clan secrets away. He could just go home and do that and receive far more little tidbits of info there. No, Sasuke was in search of something that Naruto stated that he needed in order to grow as both a shinobi and as a person. Hobbies for a shinobi. Maybe this is what I'm looking for. Yes, Sasuke was in desperate need of a hobby. He was driven to this by Naruto, who told him that while his passion for fantasizing about killing his older sibling was cool and all, it was giving him a serious case of tunnel vision in life. Thus, he needed something else to occupy his time when he wasn't training. It would keep him well-rounded later in life, which was a healthy thing. After determining that the book was worth a gander, the lad picked it up and flipped through the pages. So far, none of these interested him at all, venturing less on the side of things for a shinobi and leaning more towards being common civilian pastimes. He needed something that was befitting of a person such as himself. Sasuke Uchiha looking for hobbies? My question from that day you freaked out in the academy still stands. Shikamaru's voice rang out from the left of Sasuke, causing him to turn to scowl at the pineapple-headed sloth laying against the wall. He didn't need his opinion at all. My mental health isn't something you should be concerned with. I'm perfectly fine. If you say so, what's with the hobby searching? The idiot says that I need a hobby in order not to fall off of the deep end in my quest to achieve my goals. Sasuke answered, Makes sense, you are a little off in the head. No need to let you proceed without giving you something to keep you grounded. The Uchiha growled, Say something about my mental stability again and we have to fight. Damn it, he was not some lunatic. Even though people had a perfectly valid reason to assume such a thing with the recent slaughter of his family, it didn't sit well with Sasuke when everyone's first instinct pertaining to him was to question his sanity. Shikamaru merely smiled in response, a clear sign of evidence that Naruto has rubbed off on him. Naruto was right. You are easy to mess with. Sasuke turned his attention back to the book, effectively ending the conversation. After about 10 minutes of silence, Sasuke surprisingly started a new conversation. Shikamaru, do you ever get the feeling that there's more to Naruto than we know? Duh. Everyone has their history and backstory. Not in that sense, jackass. The fact that Naruto was rubbing off on the two heirs was not a good thing. Shikamaru developed a penchant for smartass remarks while Sasuke was prone to go along with Naruto's random plans, secretly enjoying the chaos that the two tend to cause on a daily basis. It could only spell trouble for the rest of their lives. I mean, think about it. Nobody has seen him around the village until the academy. You never hear nor see him talk about his past or family, plus his skill level. Sasuke was not admitting that Naruto was strong. His pride wouldn't let him. Shikamaru thought about what the raven-haired heir stated. Before speaking up, You're right. There's something pretty fishy going on with Naruto. Think we should try to get to the bottom of it? Shikamaru was already planning on doing it anyway, but an extra hand is always welcome. Sasuke pondered on whether or not he should take up the boy's suggestion. After weighing the pros and cons of setting out to complete such a task, he placed the book back onto the shelf before turning and shrugging his shoulders. I'm in. Shit, why not? Maybe if he unraveled the mystery behind the moron, he could get him to finally crack and give him a real, no-holds-barred fight. With their plans set in stone, Shikamaru rose from his previous spot on the ground before looking around. First place to start at would be here. We can figure out a little bit of info if we find out why Naruto was really determined to come here. Shikamaru knew that the blonde was deadly serious about whatever he came to the library for when he threatened to drag the boy by his ponytail to the library in response to the Nara suggestion of going cloud watching instead of the library. Troublesome. Sounds like a plan. Let's find him. Other side of the library. Must resist urge to be perverted. Resist. Naruto thought as he tried his hardest to not look up. The reason he had to bite the urge to look upwards is because of Shiho being on a ladder directly above him, with her skirt allowing a full view of her undergarments to be available. He wouldn't do that, however, simply because that wasn't his style. She was a pretty nice girl. No need to do something that disrespectful to somebody who was helping him. If she gave him permission, however, he'd gladly look. After scouring the top rows that were not available to those without a ladder, Shiho finally found what she was looking for. Removing the archaic, dusty book from the row, she turned around and looked down to smile at the boy that she was currently helping. Naruto-kun, I found something you might like. Strange, why was he looking at the floor that hard? She descended back down the ladder, making sure not to be clumsy and drop the book or herself. After reaching the bottom of the ladder, she proudly handed Naruto the paperback. Here you go. Sorry for all of the dust. That book hasn't been touched in a while. Naruto happily accepted the copy, getting more and more excited at the prospect of learning more of his clan's history. Shiho continued to smile as she looked back and forth between the boy and the book. What's the deal with your Uzumaki research, if you don't mind me asking? She's never seen someone around her age come into the library looking for a book on such outdated topics. Neither of the two noticed Sasuke and Shikamaru peek around the corner in a comical fashion. My last name is Uzumaki. Somebody from my past used to always do dickhead moves and give vague statements about my last name. The way he was talking, I knew that there was more to my surname than he was letting on. Fast forward to the present, and here I am. Gotta learn about who I am. He explained with a large smile plastered on his face before shrugging his shoulders. Who knows? My last name might be the name of a badass clan that was cooler than the Uchihas. Sasuke coughed. It suspiciously sounded like he said bullshit mid-cough, but Naruto let it slide. Why are you guys peeking around the corner like a couple of creeps? Come on over here and meet Shiho-chan. She's pretty cool. At that moment, Shiho caught a glimpse of Shikamaru's face and absolutely felt all warm and fuzzy inside. The disinterested gaze, the slouched shoulders, and that lazy demeanor. Oh, Cammy, she wasn't ready for such a fine specimen to show up today and had to excuse herself before she embarrassed herself. No, that's not necessary. I have to return to work so you guys can do what you guys came to do. I'll see you all later. And with that, Shiho promptly disappeared from view, getting Naruto to nod his head before rubbing his hands in a mischievous fashion. I smell opportunity here. He noticed that sudden change in her demeanor once Shikamaru showed up, and made a mental note to take advantage of this development in the future. Both of the boys came from around the corner, yet found it unnecessary due to Naruto's sudden departure of the row that he was in. He breezed past the two as he burrowed his face within the book, tuning the outside world out while diving deep within the figurative ocean that was his clan's history. Both Sasuke and Shikamaru noticed the speed that he was traveling as he made a beeline straight to a table. Think he got what he came for? Sasuke rhetorically asked, smirking at the blonde's interest in whatever he was reading. Sasuke didn't even think that the blonde was capable of reading a book, let alone going to the library. Shikamaru shrugged his shoulders, a common trait that the trio all seemed to unconsciously do a lot. Judging by his absolute focus on that book, I'd say he has it. Let's go see what he has. With that said, they proceeded to the table that the Jinchuriki was currently stationed at. Somewhere else in the village, couple of hours later, Sakura and Ino walked shoulder to shoulder down the road, while having the most intense stare-off one could find in the elemental nations. It amazed the people passing by that they have yet to bump into anyone. Sparks flew back and forth as the two seemed to try and disintegrate each other through their respective stares alone. What could be this important to cause the two to really try to reduce each other's brains to hot mush with pure ocular willpower alone on this pleasant day? It's obvious that Sasuke wants me. Ino pig, you're just some cheap entertainment while I'm the main attraction. The only reason he'd want you is to use your forehead as a reflective surface so that he could make sure he looks extra good for me. Really should have seen that coming. And damn Ino, that was a really low blow. If being a shinobi didn't work out for her, she should seriously consider a career in professional shit-talking. She'd make a killing. As the two continued to send verbal shots at each other, they failed to notice a red-headed blur barrel straight into them until it was too late. With the grace of a football player, the blur crashed into the quarreling duo, sending all three of them sprawled out into the street. Ow! Did anyone get the number of the truck that hit me? Sorry. I just gotta get away from that crazy bitch. The redhead, now identified as Tayuya, apologized before looking around in fear. Shaking her head to get rid of the stars that she was seeing, Sakura looked at the musical genin in confusion. Who are you running from? And why did you call them a crazy bitch? Everyone was used to Tayuya's rather crass language by now, but it was still a bit unusual for the musician to directly refer to someone as such a derogatory term. Combine that with the fact that she was in a frantic hurry to run away from whoever seemed to be troubling her, and it shouldn't have been a surprise that Sakura was genuinely curious about what was going on. Ino, on the other hand, saw this as part of a bigger plan. So that's your game, forehead? Try to get somebody to take me out while I'm distracted so you have less competition for Sasuke's heart? Well, I got news for you, Pinky. It didn't work. So suck on that, she exclaimed as she used a nearby child as a prop to help stand back up. She patted the confused boy on his head. Good job, kid. You could be a professional stand-up helper? Ignoring Ino, Sakura ambled over to Tayuya to help her up while trying to get more info. Seriously, Tayuya? What's got you so spooked? Nobody has ever seen the flute player like this since her and Naruto appeared 4 years ago. It was slightly unnerving to see somebody who was usually an abrasive, unshakable, hard ass of a person reduced to a scared young girl. Tayuya continued to look around to avoid the monster. I'm not scared. It's more like annoyance. Her slight shaking didn't let her fool Sakura at all, and she made sure that Tayuya knew. Listen, I know we don't know each other that well, but I'm willing to help you out with whatever is bothering you. I can't help if you don't let me know what's going on though. Tayuya sat and wondered if she should involve the pink-haired Kunoichi in her problems, before mentally shrugging and deciding to let her in on what was happening. Okay, I guess I could tell you. There's this crazy lady that's been harassing me the whole morning, trying to get me to fight her. Usually I'd never back down from a fight, but the psycho is just too much for me. It took a lot for the prideful Kunoichi to admit that, to a person that she didn't even consider close nonetheless. Ino walked over after hearing Tayuya give a vague explanation of the events that made up her morning. Well, why don't you just tell somebody important, like a Jonin or a Chunin or somebody? I'm pretty sure she wouldn't mess with you if a high-ranking ninja got involved. Ah, that's cute. You little girls think somebody can stop me from cutting her up. Really cute. A feminine voice from behind the three taunted, easily conveying a sense of superiority. The girls turned around to see a woman with dark purple hair pinned up into a spiky ponytail, a tan trench coat that kept her mesh, short orange miniskirt, almost see-through bodysuit from exposing any sensitive areas, and black shinobi sandals that came up to her knees standing in the road, smiling in a way that promised several forms of pain. Tayuya paled at the sight of the woman. That's her. That's the evil snake lady who won't leave me alone. Go away. I don't want nothing to do with you, she screamed. A kunai found its way to her cheek, drawing blood from a cut directly under her eye. Oh shit, she was out for blood now, literally. The purple-haired lady appeared directly behind the scared girl, scaring all three of the girls before grabbing the kunai and licking the copper-flavored fluid off. Tasty blood like this was hard to come by. Good thing that hers was absolutely delectable. Why'd you run from me all morning? I just wanted a couple of friendly spars between two fellow Konoha Kunoichi. Losing her fear at that ridiculous lie, Tayuya turned to give that maniac a piece of her mind. Are you fucking serious? Why would you be trying to spar with a fresh genin like me? The skill level gap between us clearly shows that it wouldn't be a spar. It would be a one-sided beatdown. There was no way in hell that this woman wasn't missing a few brain cells. How retarded is it for somebody her ranking to really try to spar with a genin? She didn't even call it training or anything. Just a full-blown spar. Anko simply smirked. I know more than just your rank, girly. Another cryptic statement. God damn it. Only reason I'm after you now is because I don't know where the other one is. Say, how about we make a deal? If the deal involves me finding Naruto so that you can try to put him through some nefarious plan, then you can eat my ass until your jaw falls off, you psycho bitch. I'm not gonna rat out the only friend that wouldn't rat me out. So suck on that. Ino joined in, mainly for Tayuya's last 4 words. It felt good when somebody used your material in such a passionate manner. Yeah, you can go ahead and leave now. Go and put some clothes on. You're scarring that little boy with the bright future for life. Said little boy that Ino used was intently staring at Anko with a dopey smile on his face, wondering why his pants were feeling so constricting all of a sudden. Oh yeah, he was absolutely scarred. Anko struck a rather provocative pose just to drive the nails in the coffin. Cue little boy, along with several other male passerbys, fainting. It felt good to know that you can easily do this to men. Being one of the sexiest women in Konoha had its perks. Time to get back to harassing the little genin. You sure you don't want to tell me? I'll be your best friend. Fuck. You. Anko scratched her chin in fake contemplation for a good 5 minutes just to irritate the girl even further, before a ruckus further down the road caused all 4 of them to see what all the commotion was about. A decent-sized cloud of smoke was in the middle of an intersection about 10 feet away from them, with several distinctive silhouettes standing inside of it. 3 of the silhouettes appeared to be staring down at a 4th shadow, which resembled a rectangular box. Goddammit, Konohamaru. This is why I said we needed less smoke. I can barely see. Cough, let alone breath. An obviously young, feminine voice yelled out with a tinge of frustration in her voice. The introduction was completely ruined because that idiot refuses to listen. Sorry to say this, Kuo, but I agree with Moegi. This is a little too much smoke. That was an understatement. The blanket of smoke was so thick that the poor boy couldn't even see the ground that he was kneeling on. Both of you shut up. We had to go hard or go home with this introduction. I'd rather be talked about for being overboard than not having enough. Despite how annoying he is, I kinda already like the kid and his little gang. He reminds me of me. Higgly, infuriating, too determined to go above and beyond for the most troublesome, petty reasons? Short for your age? Sasuke, wanna have a real spar? I promise I won't go easy on you this time. Bring it, dope. 2 of the silhouettes engaged in an intense wrestling match in the middle of the street, while the 3rd simply sighed and walked out of the smoke. Troublesome people. Go boss. Kick his ass. You got it, boss. Anko watched the smoke clear up and got a spark of devious intent in her eyes when she saw who was on the ground placing the Uchiha heir in a textbook headlock. I don't need you anymore, Tayuya. I found the one I really want. She walked towards the unsanctioned exhibition match in the street before pulling the 2 apart and looking at the blonde. Oi, wanna come with me and talk? Me and you have a similar upbringing, and I'd like to pick your brain. No thanks. I'm about to leave the village sometime soon. You can talk to Shikamaru instead. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't mind. Nobody noticed the fact that Shikamaru wasn't even there anymore. Anko put on a smile that was a little too sweet before pressing her forehead to the Jinchurikis. Think of that as less of an invitation and more of an order from a superior. And what do you mean, leaving the village? The whiskered boy wonder-grinned cheekily before answering. Top secret stuff, lady. Maybe when I get back we can talk. And with that, both the grinning Naruto and Sasuke disappeared in their respective clouds of smoke, informing Anko that she was talking to 2 Kage Bunshins. Damn it. How do they even know that jutsu? It was a kinjutsu for a reason, damn it. No wet behind the ear genin should know something like that. That's too dangerous for kids like them. Growling in frustration, she then turned around to face her previous target, only to find out that she hauled ass the minute Anko tried to go after the clone. The other 2 baby genin were gone as well, which further pissed the Serpentine beauty off. She hoped to salvage the situation and turn back to where the kids in the box were. They were gone too. This was embarrassing. How did all of them escape without her noticing? There's no way that a bunch of kids should have been able to leave the presence of a Tokubetsu Jonin without her knowing. Stomping childishly in the street, she stopped when she realized she wasn't alone. The same little boy from earlier stood a couple of feet from her, smiling nervously. Since they're gone, you can pick my brain if you want, pretty lady. I won't run from you. 3 days later. So let me get this straight. You plan to go all the way to a village that's supposedly not even standing anymore just on the off chance that you'll find something important. Naruto huffed at the statement before sighing. Yes, Sasuke. For the umpteenth time. It was really getting on his nerves having to repeat his plan of action to his friend. Sasuke watched his friend back a bag full of all of the necessary gear he needed for the trip. He'd never seen Naruto so serious about something like this. Come to think of it, Naruto has never been serious about anything at all. All he's done for the past 4 years is wear that loony grin, harass everyone, and cause various amounts of problems for anyone who knew him. The sudden change of demeanor that he's displayed ever since that day in the library was a shock. A knock on the door didn't stop Naruto from packing. Could you get that while I finish up here? I still say that you shouldn't go. What if you go out there and get killed or something? Sasuke said as he went to answer the door. He wasn't concerned about the blonde's health at all. So what if he had an aversion to one of the few people who had his respect dying? Sue him, turning the doorknob to see who was outside. He took note of the thunder that began to brew in the distance. He looked at the person at the door before smirking. You willingly came, or did your mom force you to? Are you going to sit there and look at me, or are you going to let me in? In case you didn't hear, there's a storm coming and I don't feel like getting rained on. Shikamaru grunted, noticing the owner of the apartment packing. He walked in past Sasuke before looking at Naruto. Why is he packing a bag up? Are you guys having a sleepover at Sasuke's or something? He turned his head back to the door to see Sasuke frown. Frowny face. Okay. Sleepover it isn't. The dope decided that he's going to go on some wild goose chase to find the destroyed village that his clan came from. Pretty stupid idea if you ask me. Sasuke informed Shikamaru in the most ass way possible. Shikamaru developed a talent for sarcasm and scathing remarks, while Sasuke mastered the art of insensitive asshole. Alright, now Sasuke was really getting on his nerves, and not in the fun way either. To have somebody constantly shoot down something that meant a lot to you was a surefire way to make someone see red. Enough was enough. Naruto took a pause in his packing and stood up to glare at the raven-haired dickhead. He stalked toward him, wearing an unusual look of complete rage. Once he finally reached him, Sasuke was then picked up off of his feet while experiencing an unhealthy amount of killing intent. Let's get something straight here. You had a family. Doesn't matter if they're dead or not, the point is you had a family. Me, on the other hand, I didn't have shit. Yeah, I had someone to train me, people to be around, but none of them were my family. I didn't have a mom or dad to come home to and be happy with. I didn't have a brother or sister, no aunt or uncles. None of that, just a bunch of sadistic assholes that saw me as a prized possession, not an actual person. Do you know how it feels to be a little boy with absolutely no knowledge of his background? Not knowing who gave him his name, who gave birth to him. You're the last Uchiha. Before that title was unfortunately bestowed upon you, you had both your family and the village constantly reminding you of what you are, constantly kissing your family's ass, reminding you who you came from. This trip is for me to experience that, and I'll be damned if I let you stomp on something that means a whole lot to me. Say something else about it that I don't like, and I will gladly show you why me not taking you seriously during fights is the best course of action for your health. Sasuke was then thrown across the room, crashing into the wall hard enough to cause several cracks to form. With his piece spoken, Naruto returned to preparing his inventory while continuing to blast killing intent, leaving an absolutely gobsmacked Shikamaru standing there. Man, are you okay? Sasuke was placed upside down against the wall and responded while trying to regain his bearings. I think I'm fine. I just hit the wall a little harder than expected. Nothing major. Despite having a rather low-end apartment, Naruto's walls were pretty sturdy. Hope he didn't get a concussion or something. Not you, you had that coming. I'm talking about Naruto here. I'm fine, Shika, but if you're here to do the same stuff that Sasuke has been doing, the chances of me breaking my foot off in your ass would be a whole lot lower if you did the smart thing and left. Damn, Sasuke really got under his skin. It's crazy because it's usually Naruto who gets under people's skin, not the other way around. When are you leaving? Probably once I get packed. Why? I'm coming too. Looks of bewilderment and upside-down bewilderment came from Naruto and Sasuke respectively and were directed at the Nara. Was Naruto that upset that he was starting to hear things? Did Sasuke hit his head that hard? Shika, you do know that this is a real trip outside of the village. Not the academy thing where we end up like 10 feet from the gate, right? Yes. So, might be a possibility of running into fights along the way. Don't worry. I'm prepared for all of that. I just need to go get my gear ready. Are we gonna meet back here? Before I answer that, why are you trying to come with me? This has nothing to do with you. Plus, wouldn't you want me gone for a couple of days, so that you can be Naruto-free for a while? Shikamaru chuckled at those questions, before walking over to the boy and smacking him upside the head. You idiot, you're one of my closest friends. Regardless of how much I say stuff like that, you need to know that I have your back. This is a real important subject for you, so why not go along with my friend to provide some support? Shikamaru really considered him a friend enough to go along with a self-imposed mission that has nothing to do with him? That was pretty touching to hear. Well, if he wanted to come to support him, who was Naruto to stop him? At least he wouldn't be bored and lonely on the excursion now. Naruto got up and hugged Shikamaru, shocking everyone in the room further. Thanks for coming, Shika. That really means a lot to me. Not expecting to be hugged by one of his most annoying, yet closest comrades, Shikamaru eventually returned the hug before breaking away. Well, I'm off to get my stuff. I'll be back once I'm done. He left swiftly, leaving Naruto and a still upside-down Sasuke there. So, are you just gonna stay upside down? You're right. There's no time for being upside down. I should probably go pack too. Bullshit, you're not going. If I wasn't coming, then why would I say that I'm going to prepare? You had me sold at possible fights anyway. Figures. You can get him to do damn near anything if you mention a fight. A week later, land of whirlpools. The sunset gave the sky an orange glow as the trio cut through the thick foliage on the island. Naruto led the contingent, using a bone sword that he produced when no one was looking to chop down any foolish plant that attempted to impede their advancement. After managing to leave the village with the permission of the Hokage, the three of them hauled ass towards the east coast. Once they arrived at the coast, they had to find a way to get across the water in order to get to their destination. Luckily, a cargo ship was passing by. However, the ship didn't allow them on at first due to the fact that they didn't have enough money. Thus, they utilized their various skills of stealth, snuck onto the boat, found a smaller boat on the side of the ship, stole it, and managed to make the rest of the trip. It's a good thing for them that their morals were subject to change whenever needed. Now they were steadily traveling through the jungle like terrain found on the island, trying to find a good place to stop at so that they could set up camp for the night. Are we there yet? No, Shika, we haven't been there since we reached the coast. Haven't been there since we were on the boat, and we still aren't there now. How about now? No. How about now? Please stop. I agree with the team. It's annoying as hell. Naruto grumbled, clearly annoyed. They could have been traveling much faster, but Sasuke and Shikamaru didn't know how to use chakra to climb trees, which would allow them to travel through the canopy where there were way less obstacles to overcome. He would have taught them, but his eagerness to get to the village overruled any thoughts of being an impromptu sensei on the trip. Sasuke slapped away the millionth mosquito that tried to bite him before sparing Naruto a glance, particularly his bone sword. Dobe, where'd you get that sword? Both Shikamaru and Sasuke were wondering where it came from, but Shikamaru's constant complaining stopped him from asking about it. It didn't stop Sasuke, however. Not wanting to give away his Kekiai Genkai so easily, Naruto quickly came up with a feasible lie. I found it off of one of the corpses we passed by. Hopefully they bought it so that he didn't get questioned any further. The Sandaime told him not to go around parading his abilities so that the possibility of a lot of questions being asked remained low. Shikamaru didn't buy it for 1 second due to the fact that the sword looked brand new, while any corpses that they passed were old. Old enough for them to be basically skeletons with rusted-out weapons and equipment. He chose not to say anything about it at the moment though, instead opting to continue whining about the journey that they were taking. He really should have stayed home. Damn his tendency to be a good friend. Maybe he should ask Sasuke for some pointers on how to be a complete ass to everyone around you in the future. After about 30 more minutes of honest bushwhacking, the powerful sound of a large body of water past a couple of thick trees in front of them alerted the group of something noteworthy ahead. The group proceeded until they came to a stop on top of a cliff that provided them a rather aesthetically pleasing view of their objective. The sunset bathed the ruins in an orange, reddish glow, causing Naruto to look upon his heritage in awe. Wow! This is where I could have been from. The village seemed to be comprised of many high-rise buildings, with a massive waterfall on the other side of the village creating a river that split the city in two. Numerous bridges allowed the inhabitants in the past to cross the river freely, yet those bridges were clearly not treated well by time, as bits and pieces of the walkways were missing. Naruto gazed upon the ruins for a couple more seconds before jumping in the air happily. Forget camp. Let's geo-explore. Later that night, Yuzushiogakure ruins. Two figures stood atop one of the fallen buildings, gazing down at the three kids walking down one of the roads. The tallest figure was a lanky, blonde, shaggy-haired man, wearing a white porcelain mask that had the Kirigakure symbol etched onto the forehead, with a green triangle on the chin. His clothing consisted of a black, baggy tank top, black shinobi pants, and gray, striped arm guards and shin guards. There was a large needle-like sword in his hand with several feet of ninja wire draped around him, giving him a dangerous vibe. His partner had long, brown hair, a long beard which he wore in strands adorned with beads, and his lips were also noticeably dark in color. The top of his head was wrapped in bandages, and he had an eye patch covering his left eye, sprouting from under his headband that displayed a scratched-out Kirigakure symbol. His outfit was composed of an extremely loose, long-sleeved pinstriped shirt and black pants, accentuated by the presence of striped leg warmers matching his shirt. The tallest one started to laugh maniacally before pointing at Naruto. "I want to kill that little shit down there." He didn't like the kid, and was in a rather foul mood due to the circumstances that caused them to be on the island. Nobody would be in a pleasant mood after being chased away from your home like wild animals. Things just didn't work like that. "Relax, Kushimaru, we don't have to outright kill the boy. What we need to do is figure out why 3 out-of-place Konoha kids are all the way out here," the bearded one stated, wondering why the brats were creeping around the village. It doesn't seem like they came with a jonin, and Konoha wasn't a quick stroll away. Kushimaru gave his partner an angry glare. Not that he would know it since the skinny blonde wore a mask. "Oi! Fuck you! We should kill them so that when the Hunter Nin show, there won't be anyone to let them know we're here." Duh, Jinpachi. He had a point. The Hunter Nin pursuing them would eventually get to the ruined village, and would probably be able to catch up quicker if the little boys down there gave them a tip. No loose ends existing would prevent that from being a problem. Kushimaru, although presenting a sound argument in favor of killing the kids, failed to consider one possible route. What if they didn't even know that we were here? An even better, less violent point for Jinpachi. Those kids down there couldn't be anything higher than fresh, wet behind the ears genin, and Jinpachi and Kushimaru were elite jonin. It would be a highly mortifying day for the duo if they weren't able to sneak past 3 novices with all of the space provided to them. Seriously, how hard is it to go through some ruins silently? Kushimaru grunted, begrudgingly finding the logic behind his associate's suggestion. So what? We just move past the little shits without taking any action against them. I still feel a little jumpy about just leaving those kids to just wander about. He paused before glaring with an even greater intensity at the young shinobi that stopped, specifically the blonde one that was glaring right back at him. "They've spotted us, not bad. Maybe if you weren't oozing killing intent so much, we might have been able to go along with my plan. I guess it's your plan now that they've seen us." Jinpachi sighed as he tightened his grip on his usual sword, flashing a grin that revealed a mouth full of triangular, shark-like teeth. Despite the fact that he was advocating for them to ignore the children and just sneak past them, he'd be lying if he said that he didn't want to fight at the moment. It was unlucky for his future victims that one of them just happened to spot them on the roof, showing the two that there may be a hidden gem amongst the presumed genin. They were going to find out soon enough. With Naruto and friends, Naruto stared up at the roof that he felt that sickening killer intent originate from. Due to his upbringing, he was well versed in the art of knowing when somebody was in the mood to slaughter something that they didn't like. This isn't good, those two up there are threats. Really major threats. Naruto was sure that he could take them, as it wasn't his first time fighting someone who wanted to bless him with the gift of not being alive anymore. He wasn't sure of how he was going to be a badass, kick their asses with his, in his own humble opinion, unstoppable Kekkei Genkai, while keeping Sasuke and Shikamaru from getting a taste of the afterlife. They really shouldn't have came. Damn them and their good friend tendencies. Formulating a quick getaway for them in his head, Naruto informed the two of their roles in his little strategy. Okay guys, I'm not gonna mince words here. There's two strong guys who don't give off that much of a friendly vibe watching us. So here's how this is gonna go down. There's two things that they could try to do. If I'm correct, more than likely they'll come down here, try to intimidate us for a little, before attempting to gut us all like fresh fish. Once they come down here and get their superiority rant of how they're better than us, I'm gonna drop a smoke bomb. You two will use that to run back to the boat and wait for me while I stay here and handle them myself. Any questions? You know, all this time we've been joking about you being slightly retarded. After that suicidal, dumbass plan you just tried to get us to go along with, I'm starting to be inclined to believe that you really might be that dense. Shikamaru deadpanned, knowing that his proposal wasn't one of the blonde's best ideas. Shikamaru knew the gravity of the situation that they were in since one of the two mystery opponents were radiating so much of the malicious intent that it was felt clearly, even with the distance of about 15 meters between them. The intent that Naruto was giving off earlier that week in his apartment was pretty potent, but the two that they were currently facing was on a higher level. Basically, they were screwed. Naruto shot his friend the bird, personally feeling insulted at that insinuation. How dare that sloth call one of his schemes retarded? He was confident in his ability to put these two down. A little support like the support that he said that he came to give would be nice. Sasuke interjected with a question. You never said the second possibility. So what is it? Naruto never got to answer as several senbon needles flew through the air, directly at each of their heads. Each of them dodged in their respective ways in order to avoid the surprise acupuncture, before registering the two swordsmen land in front of them. At least Naruto didn't have to say the other half of their potential course of action, because he really didn't think that far. His speciality was fighting, not thinking. Leave that kind of stuff to Shikamaru. The murderous duo eyeballed their targets for a good 5 minutes, allowing the tension to saturate the air around them. Nothing like a tense staring competition before a one-sided slaughter. It really sets the tone. Jinpachi turned his gaze onto Naruto, identifying him as the ringleader of the group. Mind telling us what you're doing all the way out here, brat? This is nowhere near your neck of the woods, boy. Mind telling me why 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist are over here with scratched-out headbands? Guessing you guys went rogue. I bet the hunter-nin are on your asses like white on rice. Well, it seemed that the baby ninja knew who they were to an extent. Isn't that cute? Somebody did their research. Too bad they still had to die, especially since the one with the whisker marks knew about the hunter-nin that were pursuing them. Kushimaru smiled maliciously before breaking out into one of his trademark fits of maniacal giggling. If you know that hunter-nin are coming for our heads, you know why me and Jinpachi here are standing before you. Make it easy on yourselves and just stand in one line, so I can get you all in one shot. The malevolent needle worker laughed, making a show of aiming his gigantic needle sword directly at Naruto's heart. Naruto grit his teeth before slowly backing up, subtly signaling to his 2 teammates that he was about to throw down the smoke. Studying under Orochimaru had him memorize any and everybody be ranked or higher in the bingo book, so that he'd be able to recognize any substantial threats he'd come across in his lifetime. These 2 were ranked opponents, people who were not to be taken lightly as they're predisposed to murder them all ruthlessly. Their swords, the Nuabari, sewing needle, and the Shibuki, splash, weren't swords that could be taken lightly, as one mistake could end up with them being skewered or blown to pieces respectively. They had to play it smart. Jinpachi took his sword off his back and swung it forth in a vertical manner, allowing it to crash into the street with a menacing crack. Any last words before we take your heads, boys? In response to this, Naruto threw down a smoke bomb that covered the immediate area, while simultaneously creating 2 Kage Bunshin to grab Sasuke and Shikamaru and take them up into the building on their left. Once the clones got a hold of them and took off, Naruto resolved to put these 2 down. Orochimaru praised his skills highly, and he'd be damned if he didn't live up to expectations. Without fanfare, Naruto dashed directly into the smoke cover, producing 2 menacingly jagged daggers to attack the 2 with. He reached the other side of the smoke to see the duo still standing in place, with Jinpachi eagerly waiting for Naruto to close the distance. Kushimaru tossed several sunbon at the Jinchuriki's legs, hoping to slow down his approach. His speed was something that they weren't expecting, as it was easily Chunin level. Naruto simply jumped over the ranged attack before performing an incredible amounts of flips and twists, aiming to gather some well-earned momentum for his strikes once he completed his descent. He angled himself towards Jinpachi, striving to drive one of his daggers directly into the man's skull. In hindsight, Naruto would come to realize that trying to mount a direct assault against two high-level swordsmen, especially from the air, was a pretty fucking stupid idea. They were that level for a reason, after all. Cute little acrobatics kid. It's too bad that you're probably going to die from this first attack though, Jinpachi said as he swung his shibuki directly at Naruto, who switched from attempting to attack to defending at the last second, allowing more bones to extend from his forearm to aid in blocking the mammoth blade. No fucking way. That little shit has a Kekiai Genkai? Kushimaru exclaimed as he saw the bones originate from the airborne child. Kekiai Genkai in their village weren't received very well. Large amounts of people with bloodlines got murdered just because of their abilities. It was one of the main driving reasons behind the civil war going on in Kirigakure. Jinpachi's expression turned grim as he allowed the numerous explosive tags produced within the blade to reveal themselves. You really have to die now. Let's see how that disgusting feature you call a bloodline helps you survive this. Boy. A massive explosion engulfed Naruto, sending him careening into the building that Sasuke and Shikamaru were currently in. His body impacted the side of the building harshly, sending large quantities of rubble into the street below, forcing the two rogues to dodge. After dodging all of the debris, Kushimaru looked up at the hole in the side of the damaged building while growling, "You think he survived?" "I know he survived." Kushimaru glanced over in his partner's direction. "So how do we go about this? If he can survive a slash at point-blank range from Shibuki, he must be a hard character to kill." Jinpachi merely swung his sword in a wide arc towards the building, willing a fresh, longer roll of explosive tags to attach to the dilapidated structure before grinning and taking off to the right, allowing the roll to extend freely behind him. Realizing what his comrade in arms' game plan was, the masked swordsman cackled in a gleeful manner before rushing into the soon-to-be pile of rubble. Better apply some pressure on those kids so that they can't escape their deaths. With Shikamaru and Sasuke, Sasuke felt absolutely robbed and insulted. Once the smoke pellet thrown by the dobe disguised their movements, he was prepared to face off with two powerful opponents in order to test his skills and see where he stacks up in the ninja world. What he wasn't prepared for is two dobes practically kidnapping him and the sloth, taking them out of the fight before it even began. Now they were sitting in what seemed to be an old hotel, which was surprisingly still decent-looking considering how everything else outside looked. They would have left the room that the clones brought them in to go assist Naruto in the battle down below, but the copies were adamant on not letting them go outside. One clone stood at the door of the room, while the other stood alongside Sasuke and Shikamaru near the wall, listening to the sounds of battle outside. Shikamaru uncharacteristically punched a hole in the wall, crying out in frustration. Why the hell did he think it was a smart idea to try to take those two on by himself? Everybody knew that Naruto was better than he usually led them to believe, but unlike him and Sasuke, Shikamaru didn't have a super large ego with his head up his ass. This prevented him from thinking that he could win against two high-caliber shinobi hell-bent on taking their lives. It was obvious to the intelligent boy that Naruto bit off more than he could chew on this one. He just hoped that he didn't lose a friend tonight because of that friend thinking that he was unstoppable. The clone near the door spoke up. "He had us take you guys in here so that he could fight and not worry about you two getting hurt. Don't worry. Boss is gonna handle it. He's too much of a badass to die." Boom. An explosion outside shook the foundation of the building, almost managing to make all of those present lose their balance. Does the dobe know any explosive techniques? Nope. We only know two jutsu at the moment. Any further commentary had to be put on pause as the wall that they were standing near suddenly exploded, sending various amounts of debris flying into the room and destroying the clone while sending Shikamaru flying. The human-sized projectile responsible for the unexpected demolition embedded itself into the wall above the bed. Once everyone got their bearings, they took note of Naruto's new appearance and cringed. His arms were completely burned, with blackened, cooked skin filling the air with the pungent odor of charred flesh. His shirt was in tatters, barely managing to stay on his person. Blood dripped freely from his mangled torso, drenching the sheets below him with the crimson fluid. Yeah, he was looking pretty fucked up. He groaned before coughing up an unhealthy amount of blood. That sword of his is no joke. He had to thank his lucky stars that his Kekkei Genkai allowed him to survive that. Otherwise, he'd probably be split in half. Good thing he had an abnormal amount of durability. Shikamaru gasped at the damage that the blonde received and ran over to him to check all of his wounds. Damn it, Naruto. This is what happens when you think you can take on the world by yourself? You idiot, couldn't let you guys get hurt. As a matter of fact, you guys need to run back to the boat and get out of here while you can. Both Sasuke and Shikamaru shared the same sentiments, though expressed them in their own unique ways. It's official, you really are touched in the head. We can't leave, I still have to get my shot at them. Oh yeah, and avenge you I guess. No matter what you say, we're not leaving you behind. Did you go easy on him too? Dope? Fuck you. Those two aren't people you go easy on. Before the two could begin some banter, the clone decided to peel Naruto off of the wall like a bloody sticker, causing him to bite back a pained scream. You can sit and flirt with Sasuke later, boss. Right now, there's two missing Nin outside planning on how to kill us. Despite the tense situation, Shikamaru couldn't help but laugh at the jab thrown. Leave it to Naruto. Well, a clone of him to take shots at others, including himself during a life or death battle. Ignoring the bunshin, Sasuke addressed the injured Jinchuriki. Are you able to move around freely? Naruto shakily rose up to stand on his feet. Don't worry about me. I'll be perfectly fine. Let's just try to get out of here in one piece. Shikamaru held a warranted amount of skepticism at that statement due to Naruto's injuries. But as concerned as he was over his friend's health, he had to admit that they needed to leave. Fighting those two was not an advisable option after seeing what one swing did to their strongest fighter. They all gathered around the door, with the clone leading the way, Shikamaru trailing behind him, and Sasuke and the real Naruto taking the back. The clone kicked the door open to allow everyone to rush out and escape the building. Too bad that Kushimaru was standing directly in the doorway. Hi kids. Blondie. Die for me, you little mutant. Letting out an insane cackle with his sword aimed directly at the clone's torso, he mercilessly stabbed directly in front of him at a speed that only a seasoned swordsman could achieve, piercing both the foe Naruto and Shikamaru cleanly. Shikamaru managed to shift at the last second, allowing the blade to impale his shoulder instead of his heart as the clone dispelled. The force that Kushimaru put behind the thrust was enough to send Shikamaru across to the wall adjacent from the doorway, effectively pinning him there. He would have tried to pry himself free with his non-fucked-up arm, but the malevolent shinobi peppered his functioning arm with numerous senbon. The pain was excruciating, and the amount of blood that Shikamaru was losing at a rapid pace was causing his vision to fade to black. Right before he was completely out of it, he registered several things. Sasuke and Naruto screaming his name at the top of their lungs. Naruto taking aim before shooting out several bones of various sizes from his body directly at the man responsible. Sasuke flipping through hand seals before exhaling a large stream of fire from his mouth towards the offender. The masked swordsman laughing his ass off before dodging the projectiles. The building that they were in starting to rumble, right before he heard the name of a jutsu being yelled out. Bakudo Jutsu. Happa Rokujushi? Blast word technique. Blasting bridle repeating death. The following explosion that saw everything going up in flames. Chapter 5, Stick and Roll. Yuzushiogakyure ruins. The sounds of a massive fire burning the different building materials of a recently brought a warm, fuzzy feeling to Jinpachi as he looked proudly at his handiwork. He grinned before propping his beloved Shibuki on his shoulder, letting out a sigh of accomplishment. There's no way that those brats should have managed to survive being in an exploding building. Sure, it was a little bit of overkill, but hey, his sword had an unlimited amount of explosive tags within it. Overkill became an integral part of his battle style the minute he learned how to use the blade. At least he had a sword that wasn't as boring as Kubi Kirabocho, Executioner's Blade. Although it had its appeal being a mammoth-sized instrument of death, it still lost to just about every other sword in the swordsman's weapon lineup in terms of cool factor. After 5 more minutes of silent appreciation of his latest attack's aftermath, he was alerted to the presence of his unarmed associate. He dropped down beside him before shaking his head. Those kids never stood a chance. I hope my sword didn't get too fucked up from being caught in that explosion. You were that reckless to just leave your sword inside of a future demolition site? Are you an idiot or something? It was almost blasphemous in Jinpachi's eyes. The legendary blades were to be treated as though it were a part of their owner's self, or like a newborn baby that is used to assault others in heinous ways. For him to leave it inside, it was just disgusting. You don't just leave your baby inside of a soon-to-be pile of rubble. That's just foul. Maybe he should fight him for that just based on the principle. Kushimaru grunted at the insinuation before yanking his arm back with considerable force. The ninja wire wrapped around his arm went rigid, prompting Jinpachi to snort sheepishly. Oh yeah, I forgot about the whole giant ninja sewing needle gimmick. Okay, his partner wasn't that disrespectful to his sword. He still planned to fight him once they got out of dodge, since this battle, if you could even call it that, was pretty one-sided and disappointing. After several seconds of vigorous pulling, the two finally saw the sword escape from out of the wreckage, before being pulled into the waiting hands of its owner. He inspected the blade, looking for any signs of major damage. While all of the legendary blades were noticeably tougher than the average sword, Nuabari being caught in an explosion like that was still something that he should be concerned about, since his sword couldn't just regenerate and fix itself like Zabuza's. Jinpachi peered at his fellow Jonin's blade, frowning at the lack of blood that he was seeing. There's no blood on there. Did you not nab one of the twerps? Kushimaru growled before glaring into the burning rubble. I know for a fact that I got one, impaled him and pinned him to a wall and everything. There's no way that those kids should have survived that. The demolition expert sighed before looking up into the nighttime sky, watching the smoke from the burning remains of the building rise up to the heavens. The flames gave the surrounding area a warm, orange glow, while the crisp, crackling sounds of various building materials being burned and shifted around provided a nice backdrop to their victorious night. His peaceful reflection was interrupted by the thunder that he heard from above, which made him click his teeth in irritation. It's about to start storming. We should get a move on, Kushimaru. The shifting sound got just a little bit louder. I still want to make sure that those brats are dead, especially that little mutant fucker in there. How'd Konoha even produce a shinobi with that bloodline? I could have sworn that the Kagayas were based in Mizu no Kuni, not Hai no Kuni. He had a point, a very interesting point indeed. Too bad the brat wasn't alive anymore. They could have grilled him for some info. After they mutilated the boy enough so that he couldn't pose a threat, of course. After thinking on the subject for a couple more moments, Kushimaru shrugged and gathered up all of his wire before placing his sword onto his back. Well, I guess it's time to get back on the road before the hunter Nin show up. Move your ass, Jinpachi. I'm not about to get stuck in a potential lighting storm. I got enough of getting damn near electrocuted when dealing with Raiga and Amuri. I'm no dash. Doton? Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu? Earth style. Groundhog technique decapitation. The ground beneath Kushimaru's feet gave way to burned hands forcing their way out of the dirt and latching on to his ankles, surprising him due to the iron grip suddenly stopping him. What the fuck? Jinpachi looked on in curiosity, before coming to a stark realization. The boy with the bloodline. He's still alive. He gritted his teeth. That kid was supposed to be dead. Kushimaru tried to shake off the grip before howling in pain as several razor-sharp bones stabbed into his ankles, effectively crippling the man. With his foundation for standing being absolutely mauled by the grip, he instantly toppled to the ground in a screaming heap. Jinpachi, kill that little shit, Kushimaru angrily ordered as the hands relinquished their hold on him and slipped back into the earth. He tried to roll over onto his stomach, but the same hands from earlier wrapped around his hands and neck, filling the man with dread instantly. The last time he was grabbed, he ended up immobilized. This time, Jinpachi watched in morbid intrigue as the hands holding his partner's skull did their best impression of a porcupine and flared out numerous jagged bones, causing multiple sounds of Kushimaru's skull being impaled to ring out. The swordsman didn't even stand a chance once the hands got a hold of him. This genin needed to be killed immediately. One instance of contact between a genin and a seasoned jonin saw the jonin being killed. That ability was far too dangerous to be left unchecked. Jumping up to a building's roof behind him to avoid the same fate as his fallen comrade, he observed the hands pull the corpse directly into the ground. He let out a heavy growl of anger when he noticed that Nuabari was being pulled as well, and sought to stop it. Wrapping an explosive tag around the handle of a kunai he retrieved from his kunai pouch, he expertly threw it towards the target area, hoping to halt the process and hopping down immediately onto the ground once he saw the explosion decimate the street. Once he landed on the ground, he drew his sword and surveyed the immediate vicinity, waiting for his target to show himself. After not seeing any sign of the freak, he struck the ground with his explosive weapon, tearing everything in front of him asunder. Chunks of the land flew freely about, driven through the air by the explosive force. Once the dust settled, Jinpachi was alerted to the telltale sounds of movement in front of him. He looked to see a dirty, bloody Naruto crawling from behind an upturned slab of rock, glaring at him with a large amount of animosity. "You got a fetish for explosions or something?" Jinpachi smirked confidently at the sight of the boy's obviously mangled leg. "Aren't you just a little too young to know about adult things like that, boy?" Answering a question with a question. Classic way to piss someone off. Deciding to continue to antagonize the brat, he pointed his sword at his crippled opponent before chuckling. "I'm honestly shocked that you managed to survive that death trap I created for you lot. Judging by the lack of people backing you up, I'm assuming that your pals didn't. Weaklings like them weren't gonna live long in this world anyway. I did them a favor by killing them." At first wanting to inform the bearded man that he was completely wrong, Naruto instead went against it and settled for trying to throw his opponent off. "Hey, before we try to settle this, can I ask you a question?" Jinpachi took on a pondering expression, taking note of the downpour that was beginning. "I've destroyed your friends, crippled you, and smiled while doing it all. I guess I can grant you this. What is it, brat? Can I braid your beard? Like, I know it's already braided into two different ones, but I just want to turn it into one big super braid. So how about it? You chose to ask me that for your last words?" He shook his head in a disappointed manner before laughing grimly. "I'll admit, I didn't see it coming." Jinpachi tightened his grip on the handle of his weapon before preparing to down his adversary. Charging at the injured Jinchuriki, he had to take a pause when two things happened that he wasn't prepared for. One, the child's leg fixed itself with a rather disturbing sound of bones snapping into place. Two, the regenerative genin smiled before propping himself onto his knees, aiming his fingers at the previously advancing rogue shinobi. "Tenchi Sandan, 10-finger drilling bullets?" Jinpachi grunted as he sought to dodge the oncoming projectiles. He got grazed by one traveling too close to his face, before deflecting the rest with his peculiar weapon. "Cheeky little shit. You're going to die tonight." He was interrupted mid-threat by Naruto flinging himself at the swordsman, reaching out with open hands primed to maul any piece of his body that the dangerous ninja touched. Jinpachi leaned back to avoid the blonde's hands while simultaneously responding with a harsh kick to his sternum, sending him flying through a building to their right. Not wanting to give the boy a chance to retreat and surprise him again, Jinpachi instantly pursued his opponent through the newly made hole created by Naruto. Jinpachi whistled at the fact that he kicked the child hard enough to send him completely through a building. He didn't know his own strength. He saw the boy get taken out of his flight pattern by a sturdy railing at the other side of the street. The Jinchuriki's back impacted the railing with a loud bang, creating a dent within the surprisingly sturdy metal. Naruto bit back yet another scream of pain as he tried to regain his bearings. He could have sworn that he got hit by Orochimaru. He hasn't been hit that hard since he came to Konoha. He knew for a fact that that kick shattered a couple of ribs and probably seriously damaged a few internal organs. Vision swimming, he violently coughed up a large sum of blood once he tried to take a deep breath. Guess it was safe to assume that at least one of his lungs were probably punctured by his ribs. This guy was a different breed of shinobi. Trying to get himself situated, Naruto leaned forward off of the railing and doubled over, clutching his chest before realizing that the older ninja was directly in front of him. "No breaks for you." With a savage grin, Jinpachi drove a devastating knee directly into Naruto's face, sending him flying over the railing and into the massive river that divided the village. The poor boy smacked the water with his body hard, causing a large pillar to shoot up into the air. Naruto's vision began to become hazy from the beating that he was receiving. Despite the fact that Naruto had what could be considered an anti-taijutsu Kekkei Genkai, It was becoming begrudgingly clear to him that the swordsman was easily able to circumvent it and beat him at his own game. Any attempts that he made to get close to the Kiri ninja saw him being blown back by either that sword, which negated his advantage in hand-to-hand combat, or the more skilled opponent simply driving him back with a combination of quick, devastating taijutsu counters and his ridiculous strength. All of the damage that he took throughout the night was taking its toll on the Konoha genin, as he was feeling the sensation of unconsciousness overcome him. Everything on the outside, the booming thunder and heavy rainfall, the sounds of the water falling from the sky attempting to extinguish the roaring flames still burning, and the sizzling of explosive tags floating down above him. All of these sounds were becoming more and more muffled. Naruto's eyes shot open immediately as soon as he truly recognized the sizzling noises. The river was disturbed by a massive explosion that shot Naruto straight to the bottom of the river. Jinpachi smirked at the results that he saw. Propping a foot onto the railing that he kicked the boy over, he then let out another satisfied sigh. I'll give you that, you were one tough nut to crack. Too bad that having a borderline indestructible skeleton can't save you from drowning. Feeling that his business was completely done here, he promptly turned around to go back and retrieve Nuabari from the destroyed street he left it at. He just hoped that he didn't mess it up too bad with all of his attacks. Naruto blinked in and out of consciousness. That latest attack did a number on him, completely messing up several of his internal organs. He floated back up to the top of the water eventually though, completely knocked out. Rain fell onto his already soaked face as he floated there, thoroughly battered and beaten. Several minutes passed before a deep, baritone voice sounded out in the back of Naruto's mind. Pathetic. Even with your little precious bloodline, you still managed to lose. If it weren't for me, you would have died a long time ago, child. Being stirred out of his unfortunate slumber, Naruto painfully opened his eyes, cringing at the bright flash of lightning arc throughout the cloudy, bleak sky before speaking out loud. Who said that? That came out of nowhere. Be silent and hear my words, child. I am going to give you enough energy to go kill that man. However, this power will not come without a price, but we can discuss that later. Creepy. Sell your soul to the devil type deal? As much as Naruto hated the idea of losing, a deep voice presenting an opportunity like that wasn't a complete seller for him. What if I don't want your power? Bodiless deep voice. And how many times have you gone through puberty to get a voice that deep? It's either take my power, go kill that weakling that almost killed you 3 times in one night, and make sure that your 2 comrades made it to the boat, or stay in this river until you naturally heal from all of your injuries. I'd suggest you make a quick decision before that man leaves the area. Time's ticking. The voice refused to answer that idiotic second question. The voice reminded him of his friends, and concern for them instantly made him come to a quick decision. He just hoped that Shikamaru didn't bleed out before they managed to get back to the mainland. Konoha, Hokage Tower. Asuma Sarutobi nervously exhaled another puff of smoke from his faithful cancer stick as he stood alongside Kakashi Hatake, who was doing better at hiding his nervousness by donning his usual mask of pure detachment. The two wore the traditional Konoha shinobi outfit that consisted of black long-sleeved shirts and matching pants, with the padded, trusty, forest green flak jackets. Aside from their outfits, their unique appearances stood out. Asuma had tan skin, short, black, spiky hair, and a beard, while Kakashi the Masked Wonder had gravity-defying gray hair, a lazy demeanor, and his headband covering his left eye, giving him a Cyclops aesthetic. Kakashi looked towards the door that led to the Hokage's office before shivering. I wonder what's causing all of that killing intent to fly around. Asuma nodded in grim agreeance. Whatever it is, I'm pretty sure it's something not too dangerous or life-threatening, since the building hasn't turned into a battlefield by now. Not something we should be concerned about. Asuma hasn't felt his dad be that intense since their argument over him leaving the village to go work under the daimyo. You're probably right. It's nothing that Hokage-sama can't handle himself. He does need to tone down the power he's letting out all willy-nilly though. His poor receptionist just passed out. The two looked down the stairs where all of the screaming was originating from. Oh, Kami! She just fell out. Hokage-sama is too old to be flaring all of that intent for no good reason. Somebody get him to stop. We just got word from the academy that they feel it too. And it's causing some of the kids to pass out as well. Damn, it was that potent and far-reaching? At least there couldn't be any doubt that his power has waned in his old age. Sheesh. The old man must really be pissed. Understatement of the year. In the room. You really must be a fool, Hiruzen. Remind yourself of who it is that you are speaking to, Danzo. Hiruzen said calmly, ignoring the fact that the two ancient warriors were flaring enough killing intent at each other to turn a lesser man insane just from the sheer power. It's been this way for the past 30 minutes, and it didn't seem like it was going to cease and desist anytime soon. As soon as Danzo caught wind of the fact that not only Naruto was granted permission to leave the village, but also had the last Uchiha and the Nara clan heir with him on his, in Danzo's eyes, unnecessary trip, he immediately barged into the Hokage's office. Since his arrival, he's been dealing with the foolish ideals of his old friend and his reasoning behind letting one of the village's most important assets roam about in search of something that related to his extinct clan. Danzo gritted his teeth before trying to convince the stubborn monkey on why this was a terrible idea. Do you not see the error of your ways, Hiruzen? This little journey that he took could spell nothing but trouble for either him or the other two clan heirs he's traveling with. It really wasn't something that Hiruzen should have allowed at all. Damn him and his bleeding heart nature, it was highly irritating. Hiruzen merely fixed a calm smile on his face, while never lowering his resolve or power output. Danzo, think about what that boy has been through. His whole childhood he went without knowing who he truly was. Now he had a chance to go out and learn about part of his heritage. We can give the poor child that much. Danzo didn't share the sympathetic sentiments. He is not some mere child that you can coddle and comfort as you please. Hiruzen, the Uzumaki clan has been basically extinct since the last war. Surely you don't expect the boy to come back with anything substantial to satisfy his hunger for information on his clan. What could he possibly bring back? A pile of rubble hiding some special Uzumaki seals? Highly unlikely. Before Hiruzen could reply, Danzo continued to present his argument. I honestly cannot fathom what logical reasoning you have behind this choice of action. You really let the child of the Yondaime, who was kidnapped by one of the village's most notorious missing nin and held captive for the first 7 years of his life. Now, through a stroke of luck, your wayward student managed to come across the Jinchuriki and bring him back to the village. Then you let him run wild the moment he becomes an official genin. Please help me see how this was a wise decision, or how this benefits the village in any shape or form. Hiruzen snorted with disdain, clearly showing disgust at that reminder of the incident. I'm failing to see how that snort helps your argument, my friend. Maybe you are becoming senile. Danzo, think not as a cold, calculating shinobi, but as a human being with compassion. The Hokage began, only to be interrupted by Danzo yet again. Compassion won't save the Jinchuriki if he comes across something on the trip. That is yet another point. What if an underling aligned to Orochimaru happens to cross paths with the Jinchuriki? We both know, despite your idiotic decision to place the boy in the academy, that the child is above the rest of his peers as of now in skill level, but surely you see where I'm going with this, Hiruzen. 3 fresh genin, with one being the village's Jinchuriki, with the other 2 being important clan heirs, just roaming about in search of ruins? Without a higher-level shinobi watching over them? That was just a recipe for disaster. So what would you suggest that I have done, Danzo? And do be mindful that you will never get Naruto under your wing, so any response that revolves around that will be rendered a moot point. The bandaged veteran simply steeled his features. Simple. I would have kept the asset within the village in order to avoid any chance of him being recaptured by those who wish to take the boy for themselves. He would be safe in the village walls, Hiruzen. So you want to keep Naruto out of harm's way, correct? Yes. By keeping him in the village under our watchful gazes, yes. Wouldn't that be coddling Naruto like a mere child, my old friend? Hiruzen replied with a shit-eating smirk on his visage. Letting out a weary sigh while knowing that he was not able to win this argument at the moment, Danzo decided to throw one more verbal jab before throwing in the towel. At the very least, you could have sent an elite jonin with the children and the asset, but your waning wisdom prevented you from doing that. His name is Naruto Danzo, not Asset. It would be in your best interests to remember to refer to the boy as a human being, not some disposable tool when you are in my presence. Are we clear? The Warhawk decided to humor the Kage with a grunt of affirmation. Good. Now then, Naruto-kun is strong enough to handle any obstacle thrown their way. There's no need for somebody to go along and babysit them. Besides, they're traveling towards Yuzushigakure. The chance of them running into any sorts of danger that may be out of their league is significantly low. Danzo merely shook his head sadly, almost feeling bad for his friend. His poor judgment was proving to be detrimental to the village with the unnecessary risk that he was taking. On the other side, this also proved beneficial for Danzo's plans. He just hoped that the root ninja that he sent to prevent the Jinchuriki from being taken didn't fail. Failure was not an option under him. With Sasuke and Shikamaru, Sasuke ran as fast as he could through the thick vegetation while keeping Shikamaru propped up on his shoulder, doing his best to avoid dropping the unconscious Nara. The rain pelted his skin furiously as he looked to his right to check on Shikamaru. Shit, he's looking really pale, Sasuke commented as he took note of the boy's skin color. That blood loss was making things more and more bad. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke cringed when his left shoulder flared up, feeling the pain of his dislocated limb cause him to momentarily stumble. Blowing a hole through a wall with a fireball just to jump out of it with Shikamaru on his back was the best route to go with at that time, yet now he was at a disadvantage. This pain had him seeing double and tripping over his own 2 feet at a frequency that he was not comfortable with at all. The booming thunder that echoed throughout the sky wasn't doing any good for his headache either. Not how he saw this while Trip panning out at all. Growling in frustration after alternating between running and stumbling for another 10 minutes. Sasuke let out a yell once he got clipped in the back of the leg by a kunai from behind. He was sent to the ground in agony, with Shikamaru falling as well. Grabbing his injured leg, he looked behind him to see the swordsman with the beard from earlier standing a good 20 feet away grinning maliciously. So you kids didn't die. Shame. I underestimated you all. At least I can finish what I started now. He then proceeded to saturate the area in an uncomfortable amount of killing intent, freezing Sasuke in place. This malicious presence shook Sasuke to his very core. He could swear on his dead family that he saw his death before him, taking form as the dangerous shinobi who started to walk towards the downed Uchiha. Jinpachi's smile grew even wider as he stalked towards Sasuke, swinging his oversized blade in a jovial manner. I couldn't mutilate your little mutant friend the way I wanted to since I had to send him to the bottom of the river that runs through the village, so I guess I'll just have to start with one of you. His eyes switched back and forth between Shikamaru and Sasuke, before settling on Shikamaru. Might as well get the unconscious one out of the way first. I like to save the best screams for last. You just wait your turn, boy. Sasuke's eyes widened as he realized what the man's intentions were before he managed to stand up on shaky knees, glaring at the potential mutilator. No, I won't let you. He already lost his family. He refused to lose a friend without trying his hardest to prevent it. Fighting through the pain, Sasuke growled in a determined manner before flying through hand seals. Katan? Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire style. Fireball Jutsu. The sizable fireball sped towards Jinpachi, who was slightly impressed by the boy's courage to go down swinging. Despite the fact that being hit with a fireball directly would turn something primarily composed of flesh into a crispy cadaver, the rogue didn't stop his stroll, instead opting to start completing seals of his own. Suetun, Suijin Hiki, Water Style, Water Wall. The rain falling that drenched all of those present seemed to gain a form of sentience before rushing to form a massive wall in front of the swordsman, easily stopping the fireball dead in its tracks. The clashing jutsu ended up creating a small mist to cover the area, causing Jinpachi to cackle in glee like his fallen partner. I know this is a redundant tip since you're not going to be alive come morning, but know this. A true shinobi knows how to use their opponent's strengths against them in order to turn the tide of the battle. Not that this little squabble needed anything like that anyway. Before I kill you, kid, let's have a quick lesson. Jinpachi then swung his sword harshly into a tree to the side of him, embedding the explosive blade into the bark before hopping up onto the handle. He casted a menacing smile towards the raven-haired boy before explaining his earlier statement. Quick question, what are Mizu shinobi known for? I'll give you a hint. The visibility around here is getting more and more worse for you. Sasuke frowned at the fact that the mist was beginning to become thicker. His fireball attack, which was his strongest attack at the moment, did nothing to his opponent. Hell, all it did was cause the bastard to lower his guard and try to become Irika-sensei 2.0 with all of this lesson talk. Plus it made this unnecessary mist come out of nowhere, which was lowering the visibility. Knowing that the man was waiting for an answer, Sasuke shifted through his memories in search of anything related to Mizu shinobi tactics. It was nothing to remember the lesson that Irika-sensei gave on the basics of the differing villages and the average battle styles that each used. Konoha shinobi had natural affinities towards fire due to their organs in Hai no Kuni and loved guerrilla warfare and trees. And almighty logs, they were lifesavers. Suna had that complete the mission or battle using any and everything available mentality. Puppets and fans were unique to the shinobi that dwell within the unforgiving desert. Kumo shinobi were obviously well-versed within the art of using lighting-based chakra to fry their opponents to death. Iwa's shinobi were, surprise surprise, skilled with earth-based techniques. Kiri ninja have a propensity for being downright savage in their battles, which is one of the reasons why they proudly own the nickname Bloody Mist. In addition to that, there's a lot of high-level water users, plus their stealth skills when it comes to being hidden in the various mists that naturally cover the country was absolutely dangerous in a heated confrontation. Mist? Shit. He switched the battlefield to one that supplemented his abilities just by countering Sasuke's last-ditch attempt. The combat experience found in the Jonin was not something to be taken lightly. Relishing in the look of fearful realization that crept onto the future corpse's face, Jinpachi sneered at the child before laughing, wiping some of the rain off of his face. I see you found your answer, my boy. Now that you know how you're gonna die after I'm done with your little friend over there, I'll let you sit there and marinate on the fact that you've had a crappy night, kid. With that said, Sasuke watched in horror as the mist seemed to thicken even more around the swordsman, as if assisting the man in purposely unnerving the Uchiha. The mist crept around his body in a dramatic manner, starting from his legs before slowly ascending towards the top of his body. Right before the mist fully hit him, Jinpachi waved his hand over his face in a manner akin to a magician. Now you see me. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, momentarily illuminating the clearing that they were in. For some reason, Sasuke's vision felt clearer to him once that lighting flashed, as he was able to pick up several vague figures within the mist all rushing towards Jinpachi. The sudden natural light faded away, followed by a rumble of ominous thunder and the sounds of multiple blades being released from their respective sheaths. Wait, Jinpachi's sword was already out. Who were the newcomers? Not wanting to stand still and make himself an easy target in case somebody was aiming for him, he rolled painfully towards the spot where he saw Shikamaru fall earlier. His heart dropped in his chest when he realized that his injured ally was nowhere to be found. The sounds of battle behind him grew louder and louder, with an explosion letting him know that the skirmish behind him was getting serious. He crawled to the base of a rather large tree, using the mist as cover to avoid anyone trying to kill him. This wasn't the kind of fight he was itching for earlier. This was a literal life or death situation. With a dislocated shoulder and a wounded leg, there wasn't much he could do against anybody who really wanted to kill him. It was hard to admit, but he knew he was outclassed here. He just hoped that the mystery faction of people that came to party in the jungle with them weren't here to kill him too. He leaned against the tree and tried to peer through the mist, shaking his head when his vision was filled with the sight of different forms of blue streams that created silhouettes of people. Was this chakra that he was seeing? He was confused at how he was suddenly seeing all of this, and even more baffled at the fact that he was still alive. Boom! Another flare of chakra that took the shape of an explosion immediately grabbed Sasuke's attention, alerting him to a dismembered body speeding away from the dangerous detonation before impacting the tree above him. He instinctively leaned forward to avoid the human projectile hitting his head, preferring to not let his throbbing headache get any worse. Sasuke took note of the cadaver's appearance. The body was missing both of its arms, which seemed to have been blown off. The torso had a large, disturbing gash going horizontally across the chest that oozed copious amounts of blood, drenching the body's short, black midriff jacket. This wasn't Sasuke's first time seeing death, but he'd be a liar if he said that he wasn't scared shitless at this point. That man with that explosive sword apparently managed to kill Naruto, and was now decimating the unknown shinobi that almost sneak attacked him. He was shaken out of his fearful thoughts as a firm hand grabbed him by the shoulder and lifted him up, yanking him away from the ongoing slaughter. Panic setting in, Sasuke attempted to stab the offending hand, only to stop at the monotone voice advising him not to. There is no need for that, Uchiha-san. We are not here to harm you, Nara-san, or Uzumaki-san. Our prerogative is to prevent any casualties and to get you 3 back to Konoha safely. The Hokage sent you? Higher-ups from our village authorized our mission. Well, I think that mission won't be a complete success. What do you mean? Despite the bland, emotionless tone that the man used, Sasuke somehow got the feeling that the question was more of a command and didn't want to upset his enigmatic savoir. Shikamaru Nara was just behind me, yet I don't see his body anywhere. Our medic Nin relocated Nara-san away from the fight in order to properly heal him. I'm taking you to them now so that we may heal any injuries you may have sustained. This filled Sasuke with a momentary sense of relief. Anybody willing to assist him and his friends tonight was okay with him. Uchiha-san, where is Uzumaki-san? Sasuke stopped in his tracks once he registered another malevolent presence coming straight towards the area that they were in. Jinpachi had a pretty nasty aura about him, but the amount of bloodlust coming towards him made the swordsman look absolutely pitiful in comparison. The amount of chakra he was seeing was ridiculous, as there were multiple sources of it rapidly approaching. Why was it red? What is that? The unknown shinobi gazed at the oncoming sources of the vile chakra, instantly knowing who it was. Uchiha-san, that is Uzumaki-san. If this situation was not dangerous before, the danger has instantly doubled due to the power he is using. The rogue swordsman must have pushed the Jinchuriki to his absolute limit. The mysterious shinobi picked Sasuke up before leaping into a tree nearby, taking the injured heir out of the future bloodbath. Sasuke looked on in surprise as they landed beside the medic Nin and Shikamaru. Is Naruto that dangerous now that he has that orange chakra circulating through him? Sasuke inquired in disbelief as he continued to wonder why he could suddenly see the blonde's chakra. Now that they were out of the mist, Sasuke noticed that his savoir and the resident medic had clothes exactly the same as the dead ninja that almost smushed his head against a tree trunk earlier. In addition to sharing a closet, they also had blank, white, porcelain masks, somewhat similar to Umbu ninjas from Konoha. Once he came to his conclusions, Sasuke hobbled over to the medic with quite a bit of effort before unceremoniously dropping himself onto the branch. How's Shikamaru looking? The medic took a pause from healing the Nara to cast a momentary glance at the visibly exhausted Uchiha before replying. His condition is stabilizing. Earlier, the large amounts of blood that he was losing was on the verge of killing him. I gave him a blood pill, a soldier pill, and healed the stab wound and any other damage present. He isn't in a combat-ready state, but at the very least he is no longer absolute dead weight. Good. Can you heal me now? Certainly. Thank Kami that these ninja came, otherwise this night would have turned out a lot worse. He only hoped that Naruto didn't die while fighting that swordsman. With Naruto. Shut up. Too bad that the rain will probably wash all of the blood that you might get covered in away. The soaking in the blood of your enemy's part always makes me feel all tingly inside. Shut up. Since I can now experience the world through your senses, would it be too much to ask you to eat that bearded one afterwards? Why in the actual hell would you even bother to think that I'd go along with that request? Because you're a sickeningly selfless child who puts the wants of others first? Come on, throw me a bone here. I haven't gotten to savor the taste of blood, flesh, and defeat in a long time. Surely you want to help me out, yeah? No. While speeding through the dense, soaked foliage with his legion of QB-enhanced doppelgangers, Naruto somehow got the mental image of the giant fox in his head shrugging its shoulders before flashing an eager grin. You'll need more of my chakra before the night's over. Once I give you enough, you'll lose control over your actions and you'll be subject to my influence. Hope you like the taste of blood, flesh, and whatever else we'll eat. Try not to die yet, meatbag. With that said, the gargantuan Biju ceased his harassment, letting Naruto finally have some peace and quiet on the inside. Another clone popped up beside him before running alongside him, speaking with a slightly more guttural voice than usual. How do we know where he is, boss? Naruto furrowed his brows at that question, as he didn't know himself. Ever since the QB gave him a bit of extra juice and healed all of his injuries, he had the subtle ability to sense killing intent. He instantly honed in on where the bastard was due to the amount he was putting out into the universe, yet he didn't know how. When he asked the QB, the asshole just said nothing. Once he left some clones behind to scour the village for anything important they could find. He created even more clones to chase down the bearded rogue. Naruto answered the clone's question. To be honest, no clue. Just know that we're not stopping until he's dead. He'd be damned if that dickhead gets away with trying to bury them in a building, crushing him while he was underground, and hitting him with enough explosives to make a certain blonde-haired bomber proud. After 5 minutes of speedy jungle parkour, Naruto felt the signature that he wanted, fighting more signatures. From the looks of things, Jinpachi was easily holding his own against the group's assault on him due to the mist aiding him and his sheer combat ability. Wanting to see the man dead, Naruto leapt up into a tree in order to get an angle on his target before springing off of the branch he landed on, flipping through the air to take the man off of his feet with a hearty, bone-filled tackle. Jinpachi parried yet another pathetic attempt to slash at him before driving a devastating punch into the offending masked nin's face, actually managing to crack the mask. The poor fool flew backwards, giving Jinpachi enough time to register the large amount of malice flying through the air towards him. He turned around with a swift roundhouse kick and planted it dead into Naruto's jaw, the force of the blow causing a large crack sound to ring out, signifying Naruto's jaw being broken. The Jinchuriki spun in air from the meaty kick, leaving him open to a follow-up attempt to bisect him. Should have just stayed dead, brat. Jinpachi swung his sword directly at Naruto's midsection, only to click his teeth at another blonde rushing out of a bush nearby before pushing Naruto out of the way and taking the deadly slash itself. The real Jinchuriki righted himself in mid-air before sticking to a tree nearby with chakra. He leveled a red-eyed, bestial glare onto his adversary, complete with slit pupils and glowing eyes, before popping his jaw back into place with loud popping noises. Testing his jaw out, he spat out several teeth that the kick moved out of place. I got a bone to pick with you. Jinpachi went wide-eyed at that statement. Before he could respond to that, another voice from up higher beat him to it. Now's not the time for terrible puns, Dobe. I didn't mean it as a pun. Shut up. Damn it, badass one-liner moment ruined all because of Sasuke. At least he was still alive. Jinpachi chuckled as he noticed the amount of clones fill the clearing. Your friend is right. That was a pretty terrible pun, kid. He took note of Naruto's new feral appearance, which included red eyes, wild hair, defined whisker marks, and extended nails, before coming to a realization. It's not every day I get to maim a Jinchuriki with a mutation as vicious as yours. Not every day I meet somebody with 2 braids in their beard. Not very good in shit-talking, are you, kid? Shut up and die. All of the clones jumped towards the swordsman, hands and feet primed with numerous, sharp, protruding bones. He was going to die tonight. There was no other alternative available to him. Grinning at the oncoming attack, the missing Nin allowed another fresh roll of explosives to encompass him in a protective cylinder, with all of the explosive pieces of paper facing all of the clones. No matter how many of you there are, you still need to touch me to do damage. If I take that away, what else can you do? Bakudo Jutsu Happa Rokujushi. Blast's word technique. Blasting bridle repeating death. The clone brigade stood no chance against the multiple blasts that destroyed them all. The real Naruto flew back and impacted a tree, saved from any major damage by 2 clones that pushed him back at the last second. He glared at the plume of smoke before creating another dozen or several clones. That man doesn't leave this island alive. With cries of courageous acknowledgement, the clones all spread out before taking aim with their respective hands. Tenchi Sandan, 10-finger drilling bullets, a myriad of small but deadly bone projectiles peppered the ground where Jinpachi was last seen, sending bits and pieces of wet dirt and water droplets everywhere. After the firing squad ceased unloading their payload, everyone looked on to see what were the results of their coordinated attack. Does anybody see him? No. Don't tell me he got away. Fuck. Wait, you guys, look. All of the onlookers noticed a hunched-over silhouette emerge from the smoke, before growling, You're really starting to get on my nerves, you little shit. Jinpachi didn't get out of that last attack scot-free, as his shirt and pants were in tatters due to the amount of bullets that came for him. His killing intent was so high that it was almost able to match Naruto's QB-enhanced intent. Almost. How is he not lunch meat by now? A clone asked, bewildered at the fact that the rogue was still standing. Look at his feet. There's a large amount of water surrounding him. He probably used a water wall or something to avoid a majority of them. A more analytical clone pointed out. Sure enough, they all looked to see the ground surrounding the man covered in a noticeable amount of water and bone bullets. Damn him and his superb defense. I'm done playing with you, boy. I'm going to kill you, your friends, these masked, trash, ambu. Hell. I might as well go to Konoha and see how many of you little tree huggers I can kill. A clone decided to interrupt his rage-induced rant by charging at him, only for Jinpachi to rush forward with speed that nobody has seen him use all night to cut the poor clone's head off before slapping an explosive note onto the body and kicking it towards the rest of them. Once the explosion took out a good portion of them, Jinpachi sped through hand seals, Suitun, Suryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Once again, the heavy downpour answered the water user's call before shaping itself into a massive dragon. Jinpachi jumped onto the watery construct and crouched down. I hope you're prepared to die this time. Without further fanfare, the dragon tore through the opposing clones, toppling over trees and sending water everywhere. Sasuke, Shikamaru, and the medic Nin and other ninja had to relocate to a different branch once their tree fell victim to the attack. Once they landed, Sasuke asked a question. Why aren't you helping the dobe? If they came to assist and prevent harm from befalling anyone, they should be down there. The Umbu responded in yet another monotone manner. That is classified, Uchiha-san. Classified his ass. That was his friend down there. He needed help. Sasuke turned to the medic with an intense look on his face. Heal my leg and shoulder right now. If you're gonna sit here and watch him get thrown around, then do that. I'm not going to do the same. The medic looked into Sasuke's eyes. Please refrain from trying to cast any genjutsu on me. Uchiha-san, I am not your enemy. What? Sasuke didn't even know any genjutsu. What the hell was he talking about? Before the last Uchiha could question that previous statement, the sound of roaring water below them made everyone look down to see the water dragon speed off in another direction, with Jinpachi on the end of it trailing numerous explosive tags. Pray that we never meet again, boys. Next time you will die. Once he said that, he willed all of the explosive pieces of paper to erupt in a spectacular, earth-shaking fashion. No tree within range of the trail was safe as everything toppled over due to the mammoth explosions that were visible well above the canopy line. The Umbu grabbed Sasuke while the medic secured Shikamaru before trying to relocate while avoiding falling trees and branches. They eventually settled for a tree that wasn't near ground zero, with Naruto landing on it shortly after. Fuck, he got away. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Naruto angrily roared as he battered the tree he was standing on in frustration. Sasuke looked at the blonde once he was done venting out his frustrations, observing the crimson chakra flow within and outside of the boy. The fact that he could see the regular blue chakra intermingled with the reddish chakra was still a shock to him. Naruto turned around to gaze upon his friends, raising an eyebrow once he looked into Sasuke's eyes. Nice red eyes, team. Red eyes? You're the one with red eyes. The intensity he felt originate from Naruto's gaze was unnerving. He knew that the boy wouldn't harm him, but that killing intent from earlier was still blaring full force. Naruto shrugged. You got M too. Only difference is mine are slitted, yours look like a Sharingan. Naruto then face-bombed at the fact that he forgot what he was looking at. Those blows to the head must have been fucking with him heavily. Sasuke visibly recoiled before hopping up on his good leg in order to look into Naruto's headband. Naruto backed away at the sudden closeness. I know we're close friends, but I don't swing that way, man. Give me something else than a kiss. Like some cool Uchiha Jutsu scrolls. Shut it, dobe. I'm trying to see my eyes. Once Naruto stopped moving, Sasuke caught a sight that caused his heart to skip a beat. His eyes had two tomo in them, while his crimson ocular orbs proudly shined. Your eyes are glowing, that's pretty cool. Hope you don't think that you're better than me, 'cause mine glows too, Naruto exclaimed, beaming with happiness for his friend. He finally unlocked part of his heritage. Good for him. Sasuke backed up before flashing a confident smirk. Next time, I won't be on the sidelines. If we're gonna do something this suicidal again, we're doing it side by side, right? We'll all be there to get our asses kicked together. Shikamaru included, right? Shikamaru? He's still unconscious, you idiot. I'll take that silence as a yes. Boss, we're back with good news. And a dead body. Sasuke had a look that could best be described as a what the fuck face. A dead body? Naruto suddenly remembered what happened earlier. Oh yeah, I didn't lose completely tonight. I got the other guy that stabbed Shikamaru. That's the dead body that they were talking about. Both Sasuke and the two Umbu looked on in surprise as several clones landed on the branch beside them, thoroughly drenched. 4 of them approached Naruto with scrolls of various sizes, with the largest one being the size of Sasuke himself. We found stuff about Uzumaki-style sealing, jutsus, fighting styles, and training exercises. We also managed to grab that Kushimaru dude's corpse out of the ground, so we brought that too. The clone said with the Sasuke-sized scroll, gesturing to the remaining clones in the back hoisting up the deceased swordsman proudly. Naruto beamed with even more pride at his clones, happy that the trip was actually successful. The Umbu took note of everything that transpired before thinking to himself, Danzo-sama will definitely need to know about this. The Jinchuriki is growing in power at a rapid rate. Things were getting interesting, and his master would readily agree with him once they got back to the village. Chapter 6. Dun dun dun. 3 days later, Konohagakure. Sasuke couldn't help but inch away slowly from the blonde sitting next to him in the slowest way possible. Similar to how an animal being sized up by a predator tries to creep away before getting devoured. The malicious aura that Naruto was radiating was absolutely unbearable, as it was taking all of Sasuke's willpower not to just roll over and pass out. Hell, just being in the presence of him was making the Uchiha hear all sorts of various unpleasant voices. Slaughter everything. Kill. 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 Die for me. Sasuke shook his head vehemently, trying to rid himself of these thoughts. Unfortunately, they seemed to be hell-bent on driving him insane, which was not doing anything good for the Uchiha. Was the hallucination getting stronger or something? Because he could swear that the voices were steadily increasing in volume. Deciding that he had enough of the malicious whispers, Sasuke increased the distance between the two as subtly as he could. If he could just reach the edge of the branch that they were sitting on, he could probably make up an excuse or something to leave. 2 more feet, 1.5 of a foot to go, almost there. Finally. Hey Sasuke, where you going? Shit, Kami, this wasn't how things were supposed to go. Knowing that he was caught in the act, Sasuke decided to steel his nerves and face the music. I'm just leaving. That shouldn't be a problem. On the opposite end of the branch, Naruto turned his body towards Sasuke. After staring at Sasuke for a good 5 minutes, Naruto tilted his head in an inquisitive manner, smiling in what he believed to be a warm, friendly way. To Sasuke, however, that smile was absolutely terrifying. If the whole walking bloodlust incarnate vibe wasn't already unsettling enough, that downright evil smile just cranked the knob up all the way past the point of no return. It just emitted this massive feeling of absolute death, a feeling that was making Sasuke question his friendship with the Jinchuriki. Still smiling, Naruto jumped up onto his feet before casually strolling towards the obviously terrified Uchiha. Sasuke could swear that this was a reenactment of that night where Jinpachi did the exact same thing, complete with the feeling that death was approaching him at a leisurely pace. Why you leaving so soon, Sasuke? Naruto asked, steadily increasing the distance between the two. When did he manage to get this close? Sasuke was staring at him the whole time, never breaking eye contact with those crimson orbs. I'm bored, and sitting on a branch under the moonlight isn't something that screams fun to me. Hopefully he took that as a good enough reason. He dressed it up in the traditional dickhead Sasuke way and everything, so that should do the trick. Unfortunately for him, Naruto frowned at his reasoning before shrugging his shoulders. You're right. I'll tag along with you instead of sitting out here. Where are we heading to? Damn it, that was his cue to go off and do dope things, not try to keep the non-existent fun rolling. Sasuke tried to save face and kept his asshole routine in play, hoping that he was doing a sufficient job at hiding his fear of the blonde who was now standing directly in front of him. I don't know where you're heading to, but I'm going home. Party at your house then. Was Sasuke really messed up from the hallucinating, or did Naruto's voice have a challenging tone to it, daring Sasuke to go against anything he said? There was even a glint of challenge evident within the boy's eyes, so that idea wasn't that far-fetched. Taking a heavy gulp before leaping off of the branch, the last loyal member of the Uchiha clan decided to forego the back and forth of trying to subtly convince Naruto not to go stick around and opted to put some distance between the two the good old-fashioned way, by running like a bat out of hell. Don't run away. Come back. Naruto's wishes fell on deaf ears as Sasuke hauled ass, determined to get out of the woods. On his speedy journey away from the source of overbearing bloodlust, he came across Shikamaru sitting in a tree branch. Stopping on the branch, he crouched down beside the Nara, curious about the reasoning behind him being out here. Shikamaru, why are you out here? The questioned party cautiously looked around their surroundings before answering, hiding from. What do you think? Naruto. No. Why would I be hiding from him? Are you more like running away from him? You don't feel that oppressive killing intent flying about? The intent was super potent, and if Shikamaru couldn't register that, then maybe the life of a shinobi wasn't the life meant for the sloth. Shikamaru showed a visible amount of shock towards that. That's Naruto? Shit. I thought it was my mom on the warpath. Sasuke's sweat dropped at that comment, shaking his head in a minute amount of amusement. Well, at least the main cause of Shikamaru hiding in the woods was now out in the open. Sasuke looked at Shikamaru with a serious gaze, letting him know that the situation was highly serious. Is it me, or has Naruto been a little off ever since we got back? Like, more edgy, more prone to trying to fight any of us, more disturbing. Shikamaru frowned in thought as he recalled any differences in their friend's behavior. Once they got back, Naruto's good mood was brought down by various sources located within the village. Pretty much every girl that knew of Sasuke blamed him for Sasuke's injuries that he sustained on the trip. Shinobi and civilians alike who worshipped the very ground that Sasuke walked on constantly blamed him as well, even going so far as to describe him as a negative influence on the Uchiha. Due to his usage of that foul red chakra somehow getting out into the public, people have started refer to him as the demon incarnate in passing, causing a large amount of confusion amongst the younger generation. Nobody knew why the adults called him a demon, and the older generation were pretty tight-lipped about the subject when questioned. Add on the fact that there was supposed to be a council meeting soon to discuss what happens next, and it was clear that the blonde was not in the highest of spirits. It sucked that their friend was being demonized by the general population, all for wanting to learn about his heritage. I see what you mean now, but why is Naruto still using that chakra? More importantly, why did it seem to be growing in intensity and getting stronger? Sasuke shook his head before looking around, carefully scanning the area for any sign of the blonde. No idea. I'm not trying to stick around him while he's like that though. He gets extra aggressive when his eyes are red. A little too aggressive if you ask me. Extra aggressive, huh? Being aggressive was part of a shinobi's job description since they were basically paid to cause grievous bodily harm to others for a living. But if a shinobi from a clan that was world-renowned for being battle-hungry says that someone gets a little too combat-happy, then there might be a problem worth looking into. Shikamaru stood up from his crouching position in order to stretch his limbs. I say we go back to the village and wait his bad mood out. No sense in being around him if he's that pissed. Now, why would you guys want to run away from me like that? Avoidance isn't a good look on you guys. I expected that much from Shikamaru. But you, Sasuke? What is the world coming to? Naruto exclaimed in an overly theatrical manner as he landed beside the two, putting them both on guard. Ninjas didn't like being snuck up on like that, especially when they were in what they considered to be a hostile environment. Sasuke regarded the boy cautiously, keeping his body primed to leave the area swiftly if necessary. What's with you and all of this malice you're putting out? Naruto tilted his head, confused at the question. No idea what you're talking about. I'm always like this, aren't I? He strolled over to Shikamaru to pat him on the back. I'm hurt, man. Neither of you want to hang with me anymore. That's messed up, man. Those pats began to be a little too hard. Shikamaru tensed up as he felt the steadily increasing force behind the pats. Well, stop with all of the anger you're putting out there, and we wouldn't even have to T-dash a bone protruded through Shikamaru's chest. alarming both him and Sasuke as they watched his shirt become rapidly drenched with blood. Shikamaru looked up at the blonde in horror. "Yo, you stabbed me!" he exclaimed, feeling his life force begin to slip away. Sasuke froze in fear as he watched Naruto remove the bloody bone before smirking. "Can't be bothered by me if you're dead. Now can you?" He looked in Sasuke's direction once Shikamaru keeled over, grinning hungrily. "I'll give you a head start. Run." And with that said, the Uchiha ran for his life as he felt Naruto's malicious presence grow in volume, actually managing to cause the tree that they were on to groan and splinter under the sheer pressure. Naruto smiled before speaking in a noticeably deeper, more guttural voice. "I'm quite fond of a good hunt." 20 minutes later, somewhere in the village, Sasuke ducked into a nearby alleyway to avoid another flurry of razor-sharp bones. He looked at the weapons that were meant to harm him, noticing the foul, red chakra coating them. The size of them were considerably larger than what he was used to seeing from his teammate, easily being the length of a grown man's arm instead of being small enough to comfortably fit in the palm of his hand. The Uchiha was broken out of his musings as he registered several yells originating from various shinobi. "Kill the boy! He's no longer human. Avoid any taijutsu engagements at all costs. Wear him down with ninjutsu. We have to prevent him from advancing any further into the village." With cheers of courage and resolve solidified, many shinobi around the local area began pelting a certain sector of the street that Sasuke couldn't see with various forms of ranged ninjutsu. Sasuke looked on in foolish hope before fleeing the scene, reminding himself of how this situation was going to play out. Countless droves of previous shinobi tried the same strategy earlier, only to meet gruesome deaths as the Jinchuriki simply refused to die. They would attempt to play the keep-away game, only to be overcome by the monster once he decided to close the distance. Quickly leaping up to a rooftop to avoid the oncoming slaughter on the street, Sasuke looked around the village, surveying the damage that his home has taken so far. Different sections of the village were ablaze, sending large volumes of smoke into the nighttime sky. He could see the various amounts of deceased decorating the village in a morbid fashion, littering the streets and rooftops with some even pinned to buildings. "Great chase, man. It was a really great workout." Sasuke urgently threw himself off of the rooftop as swiftly as possible to avoid getting killed. Landing down on the street, he didn't waste any time to look back. He continued cutting a path through the streets, pushing past bystander and ninja alike in order to stay alive. A loud, menacing roar echoed throughout the village before a myriad of bones of varying sizes erupted from the ground, sowing a completely fresh brand of chaos through Konohagakure. Sasuke watched in horror as the sharp instruments of death pierced through any and everyone, sparing nobody no quarter. Men, women, and children alike were skewered with no prior warning. Sasuke himself wasn't spared either, as a sizable spire of bone went straight through his right thigh as it rised above the rest of the ivory spires. Sasuke gritted his teeth in pain as he looked around in shock, seeing several prominent figures as well as people from his age group punctured and hanging limply from their respective causes of death. The sky took on a crimson color, as if it were mirroring the bloodshed that took place on this fateful night. He bit back tears as he painfully recalled the feeling of helplessness as he watched people around him perish, powerless to prevent the unnecessary deaths. His painful recollection was halted as he registered the presence of Naruto emerging from the bone that he was impaled on. Only his torso fully emerged, while the rest of his body stayed attached to the bone as if it were a mere extension of his being. Smiling down at his friend, he momentarily frowned before cocking his arm back, only to drive it directly into Sasuke's chest cavity. Blood flew freely from the wound as Naruto grabbed his companion's heart. Without further fanfare, he savagely clamped down on the vital organ, effectively ending Sasuke's life. Sasuke awoke from his dream screaming, clutching his chest in a frantic manner while breathing heavily. "Take that dream," Sasuke mused out loud as he calmed down, realizing that none of what transpired was a reality. He threw his sheets off of him before walking to the bathroom in order to wash up. Standing over the sink, he turned the faucet on before splashing the running water into his face. He gazed upon his reflection in the mirror as he cleaned, before being taken out of his thoughts by a knock at his door. Although he had enough common sense to know that there shouldn't be anything suspicious at his door, he still regarded the sudden knocking with a bit of caution. That dream. No, that nightmare still had the raven-haired boy on edge. He approached the door. "Who is it?" A monotone voice from the other side of the door answered his call. "An umbu, Uchiha-san. I was sent by Hokage-sama to retrieve you for the council meeting today. Are you sufficiently prepared?" "Oh yeah," Sasuke completely forgot about that. Shaking off any thoughts of the nightmare, Sasuke replied to the umbu, "Just let me get dressed. I'll be out shortly." He heard a grunt of affirmation from the other side. With the short conversation over for now, Sasuke retreated back to his room in order to get dressed, trying desperately to forget those horrific images. He just couldn't get it out of his head no matter how hard he tried. Those evil eyes, the oppressive aura. Maybe the council meeting would help take his mind off of things. He hated thinking of somebody that he could consider a brother being like that, but then again, it wasn't like he hasn't experienced being in his presence while he was under the influence of that chakra before. He just hoped that his dream would never become a reality. With Naruto Forest of Death entrance, Naruto approached the massive gate to what could be considered the most hostile place within Konoha. Whistling at the prospect of being able to run amok and get a real workout, he happily sighed as he adjusted the scroll on his back. Despite all of the hassling and blaming Naruto faced once they came back, his mood could never be fully ruined due to the scrolls he obtained during his excursion. He gave each of them quick glances through once they got back, finding interesting techniques, strategies, and mementos from Uzumaki clan members that contributed to the scrolls. Today, he wanted to actually get a little in-depth with the training exercises scroll. After his loss at the hands of Jinpachi, Naruto realized that his taijutsu, while formidable against the average shinobi, wasn't up to par to deal with the well-known threats that inhabited the elemental nations. Therefore, he sought to improve his skills and branch out to new avenues. Jinpachi struck a chord with the boy as he effectively summarized his battle tactics. "If you can't get near me, then what can you do?" He shook his head at the reminder that plagued his thoughts ever since he lost, determined to improve. In life, everyone has to face losses. It's up to them to either take it as a loss and give up, or take it as a lesson and learn from it. Standing in front of one of the gates, he unlocked the object that barred him from entering before strolling inside, making sure to lock the gate behind him. He ran a hand through his spiky hair as he observed the morning sun, grinning before taking off into the deadly forest. As he leapt nimbly through the forest, he observed the environment that he was visiting. He spared anything interesting enough to catch his attention curious glances, such as the local fauna, the oversized animals populating the ground below, and the various kunai placed around. The kunai first gave the boy pause, but then he shrugged it off. After 5 more minutes of traveling, he stopped before falling down to a sizable clearing. Naruto looked around to see if there were any threats lurking about, actually wanting to fight something and render it lifeless. Seeing that there were no potential hostiles at the moment, he grinned eagerly before placing his hands in his trademark hand seals. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. A myriad of blonde doppelgangers filled the area. Once he was satisfied with the amount, he began to bark out orders. "Alright you guys, I want 10 of you to set up a perimeter around here. Keep an eye out for anything that doesn't look friendly. If it seems like an issue, handle it." One of the clones who got stuck with guard duty scoffed. "And what will you be doing?" "Mister, I'm too good to watch my own back, so I'll have my clones do it for me?" Another clone tapped him on the shoulder, chuckling at his disposition to guard duty. "You do realize that technically he is watching his own back since we're his clones, right? Did you forget that you're him, or really an extension of him? Or did he not give you enough chakra to function properly upstairs?" A clone who obviously wanted to ruffle some feathers yelled. The insulted clone brandished a sword of bone before pointing it about haphazardly. "Anybody that has an issue with me having an issue is more than welcome to come see me about it. I dare you to." Before the clearing could erupt in mass clone-related chaos, Naruto himself spoke up, deadpanning at his clones and their antics. "Can you guys stop being dickheads to each other for just 5 minutes? We need to get some work done here." The clones stopped their potential brawl in order to heed Naruto's words, with several of them rubbing their heads sheepishly. The one who pulled out the sword crossed his arms indignantly, however, before casting a sneer onto everyone else. My sword is staying out despite the ceasefire. Why? The swordsman duplicate shrugged. Just in case I need to stab something. I am on guard duty after all. Might as well keep something on me to protect myself. Nobody bought that at all and made mental notes to watch out for that clone. Naruto sweat dropped. Right. Anyway, the rest of us, he gestured to the clones closest to him, will be working on whatever's in these scrolls. Any questions? Nobody raised their hand, getting Naruto to smile. He was about to start giving out the rest of the game plan, but was interrupted. I got a question. The stab-happy clone raised his hand. All right, let's say that I perceive that asshole who implied that I was slow a threat. Can I eliminate the potential threat with extreme prejudice? He asked, a murderous gleam twinkling in his eye. That verbal jab rubbed him the wrong way, and he'd be lying if he said he didn't want a chance to maim the asshole responsible for it. Whoever said it, please steer clear of him, Naruto dryly stated before clapping his hands. Enough playing around. Let's get to business. All of the clones let out shouts of affirmation before setting out to complete their respective tasks. Seeing everybody get to work, Naruto nodded his head before plopping down on the ground, placing the scroll from his back down in front of him. He ran a hand over the ornate scroll, admiring the dark red and gold color scheme. Once he unraveled the scroll, he focused on the beginning paragraph. Uzumaki Chakra 101. Why we're dense in mind, soul, and body. The blonde read out loud, lowly snickering at that title. If you're reading this scroll, you're obviously an Uzumaki, otherwise you'd probably be hallucinating heavily by now. If you're not, congrats, the genjutsu inscribed within the seal isn't slowly eating away at your sanity. Fuinjutsu does some pretty gnarly stuff. But anyway, let's get to the point. The Uzumaki, that's you little future badass, you are known for their exceptionally strong life forces and vitality. Our chakra is extremely potent as well. I believe that maybe only the Senju and a couple of Uchiha match our chakra in terms of sheer potency. With our potent chakra, we're a cut above the average shinobi due to several reasons. Reason 1, our unique branches of jutsu are ours only, since you need to have a certain amount of chakra and chakra density to perform them. Ever seen one of the experienced field Uzumakis do some crazy shit with their chakra, like make solid chains? I know you're probably thinking, what's so good about chains, Uzumaki-sama? Before you shrug this off, just know that Mito Uzumaki used her chains to restrain Biju on a regular basis. Nuff said. Naruto's eyes went wide at that little tidbit of information. The implications and possibilities of such a technique made him absolutely giddy on the inside. That could serve as a boon to his abilities, actually giving him something with range. His little bone bullets from his fingers, while dangerous to get hit by, were fairly avoidable due to the size of them. Filing that away for later, he continued to read. Reason 2. Our chakra assists us in doing what everyone fears us for, Fuinjutsu. If we're that good at something to the point where Mizu, Suna, Kumo, and Tsuchi don't want any problems with our little island village, we must have something pretty damn special going for us. Our seals are the stuff of legend, and for something to be powerful enough to be regarded so highly, it must need a powerful source of power behind it, right? For example, imagine the standard elemental nation's explosive tag. With the amount of chakra found within one, you could probably blow a hole in the side of a 2-story building, maybe even knock it down if you know a thing or two about architecture and structural weak points. With an Uzumaki-style tag, however, say goodbye to that building, the building beside it, hell, might as well get rid of the whole street. Naruto couldn't help but drool a little. Everybody liked explosions, but explosions like this? He loved his family already without even meeting them. Reason 3, we kind of secretly figured out how to do high-level jutsu without hand seals at one point. The more you do our style of ninjutsu, the less effort you have to spend on molding your chakra with those pesky hand seals. Sure, ending on a seal and striking a pose on top of a wave as you will the ocean around you to turn into a dragon before laying waste to your enemy sounds and looks cool. But trust me, nothing beats crossing your arms as you do what I just stated above. Plus, it makes the enemy shit themselves at the sight. Oi boss, are you seeing this? A clone shouted excitedly. Chakra chains? Jutsu with no seals? We've hit the jackpot. Naruto couldn't help but agree. looking down at the parchment proudly. By now, if you're young and impressionable, I'm pretty sure I had you sold at explosive tags, if putting a bijou on a leash like a house dog wasn't enough for you. Now you're wondering, how will I ever become a badass of that caliber? It's quite simple. Not really, it's hard as hell. Before you learn how to become one with your chakra to do all of the stuff that will have people remember you by, you gotta start somewhere. Luckily for you, I got the training exercises that I had to do. What you're gonna have to learn how to do is meditate. No fancy training techniques, no high-level hand seals yet. Just honest meditation. Hope I didn't lose you at that. In order to be able to use your chakra Uzumaki style, you're going to need to know it inside and out. What better way to do that than to meditate? The meditation is key because you'll need to understand and focus on your chakra enough to be able to mold it outside of your body as though it were a physical thing. Yeah, sounds complicated, right? Basically think of it like this. When chakra runs throughout your body through the chakra coils and whatnot, you can think of it as a liquid. When high-level shinobi have pissing contests and start exuding chakra left and right to the point where it's visible to the naked eye, it can best be described as a gas. What you're aiming to do is to solidify it the moment it comes out your body. Or at least make it so that it leaves a mark on something, or so that it can physically move things like breaking a branch in half. Find something nobody cares about to practice on. Focus on expelling your chakra from your tenketsu in small bursts at first. Imagine encasing your bursts of chakra in little cases of chakra, if that helps. You'll know that you're making progress when there's visible evidence of your chakra leaving its mark on whatever's your target. The whole process will improve your chakra control tremendously, allowing you to further dive into different exercises and techniques. Have fun, and try not to pop a blood vessel, those are pretty important. Naruto looked up from his reading to observe some of his clones already practicing, with some taking positions around the clearing to meditate while others sat around trees, staring at the bark in the utmost level of concentration possible. Deciding to start himself, he rolled his scroll up before placing it onto his back. He proceeded to walk up a nearby tree, not stopping until he happened upon a branch a decent height from the ground. Might as well get the meditation and the boring stuff out of the way. The blonde mused out loud as he sat down in the lotus position, basking in the sunlight that was peeking through the canopy. Naruto reached deep within him, finding a good starting point in his chakra fairly easily. He had prior training with chakra before due to his upbringing with Orochimaru, but even he had to admit that his chakra control itself wasn't that adequate. Since he primarily coasted on his laurels during his early years, namely his Kekkai Genkai and his decent speed, he never found a need to learn any ranged jutsu, or anything that would require him to refine his chakra control. Hell, he didn't even really know how to stick to surfaces with pure chakra. He just used his Kekkai Genkai as a substitute this whole time. Using his Kekkai Genkai didn't actually need any chakra control at all. All he needed to do was think about the basic shape of whatever he wanted to produce, and mold the minuscule amount of chakra, and everything else fell into place. He realized that just trying to skate by using your Kekkai Genkai, no matter how badass it was, wasn't a good idea after his defeat at the hands of that Jinpachi jackass. Over-specialization almost got his friends killed, which was something he's been kicking himself over for quite some time. This, however, was going to change all of that. That he was certain of. After 10 more minutes of simply circulating his chakra all over his body, he felt that he had a good enough understanding, so he stood up before aiming his palms at the branch that he was situated on. He willed the spiritual energy within him to congregate within his palms, letting it gradually build up. Eventually, he had enough chakra stored in his hands that it was visibly wisping out of his body. Once he felt that he had enough gathered, he forcefully expended the energy from his palms, watching with bated breath to see the results. Nothing happened. He got down on all fours, scrutinizing the area that he aimed at with precision, looking for any sign of a mark that wasn't there previously. No luck. Damn it. Deadpanning at the lack of results, Naruto repeated the process, only to get the same results again. He tried again. Failure. Yet another attempt. Another failure for his efforts. Naruto was shaken out of his thoughts by a feminine voice behind him. You know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. The Jinchuriki wheeled around in order to see who managed to break the perimeter he set up, only gasp in horror as the lady that tried to shake him down before he left reached for the scroll. She gazed upon the scroll with a healthy level of curiosity as her hand traveled the distance, wanting to see what the kid was doing. "Let me get a peek at what you're trying to do here. Maybe I can help." Naruto tackled her hastily, wanting to avoid a potential mindfuck. "Don't. There's some kind of genjutsu that activates if you aren't an Uzumaki. A pretty fucked up genjutsu too." Anko simply looked up at the boy who had the stones to mount her like this, before flashing a mischievous smirk. "So instead of having me fall under the effects, you'd rather have me under you? Kinky. But you're just a little too young for me," she huskily whispered, her eyes glazed over with a seductive tint in them. Naruto, on the other hand, looked flustered, cheeks turning red and all, before promptly dismounting the woman quickly. Looking away to avoid any awkward eye contact, Naruto picked up the scroll yet again. Although he wanted nothing more than to get away from this awkward situation, he found it prudent to question this lady. "All right, who are you and how did you get here?" "I set up a perimeter and everything." The questioned woman rose from her position on the branch, making it a show by doing it as seductively as possible, complete with gyrating her hind quarters, before waltzing over to Naruto. She set a hand on his shoulder. "Anko Mitarashi kid, sexiest kunoichi in the world," she exclaimed dramatically while striking a magnificent pose, never reading the dictionary definition of humble. "As to how I got here, I live in the forest. Plus all of your clones are looking for ground-based threats, not something stealthily moving through the trees like me. Any more questions?" Naruto placed a contemplative finger on his chin as he searched through his mind for any more inquiries. He eventually shook his head before turning around to look down at his clowns, frowning. "Oi, stabby clone. I see you, damn it. Don't you assassinate him. I was just practicing the new chakra exercises. He just happened to be in the way. Look, boss. I'm making progress," Stabby yelled as he eagerly attempted to demonstrate on a poor, unsuspecting clone. He pointed his palms at the back of the doppelganger's head before letting loose a burst of chakra solid enough to actually push the clone over, effectively making the clone head but the tree in front of him. Once the clone dispelled, Naruto suddenly registered the feeling of being pushed forward. Looking down at the location of the previous clone, he mumbled to himself, "Did I just feel what the clone felt?" It was strange to him because this never happened before. The last time he heavily used clones was when he fought Jinpachi, and those clones were getting popped left and right. Maybe it was the adrenaline and the deep voices chakra running through him that didn't let him notice what was happening. Anko stood beside him, observing his interaction with the clones. "So, you're practicing the art of making people headbutt things using your chakra? Pretty cool trick for when you go to parties. But I'm not seeing how this'll help you out in the field," she said, inwardly surprised at the amount of clones that she saw moving about on the forest floor. All of those duplicates of himself, and the boy looked nowhere near winded. It was crazy. She knew one thing for certain, though. Whoever he ends up having sex with will more than likely be completely satisfied with all of this stamina. A perverted giggle arose from the snake mistress, causing Naruto to look in her direction and point at the trail of blood coming down from her nose. "You all right, Anko? Your nose is bleeding." He hoped that there wasn't anything wrong with her. Anko wiped away the blood before acting as if nothing happened. "I'm fine. Completely fine. No perverted thoughts over here. Haha." "No, sir," she suddenly stated as she attempted to innocently whistle. Naruto deadpanned, not buying it at all before trying to crawl down the tree. Anko stopped his descent though. "Oh yeah, I almost forgot. You got a council meeting today, buddy boy, and they got everybody looking for you. So come on, let's go get whatever this is over with." Naruto groaned. He forgot about the stupid meeting. He never attended one personally, but from what Gigi told him, he had to count that as a blessing. Dealing with the civilian council who had the collective common sense of a wet bucket was not how he wanted to spend his morning. Sighing in resignation, Naruto dispelled all of his clones down below. He then promptly blacked out from the information overload and had to be caught by Anko to avoid cracking his head open on the ground like an egg. Anko laughed quietly as she shouldered the boy before taking off. "Poor kid doesn't even know how the jutsu works all the way. He'd figure out eventually that the original receives all of the information and memories that the clones have once they dispel one day.
Hey guys, what do you think of the fanfic? I look forward to your comments and will be replying to everyone. If you like this season, don't forget to give your comment asking for the next season, give your like and comment for more. So, bye bye in the next one.